Right.
So if you need to leave, go to the very far end of this place, and that gate will open and drive up.
Okay, for those of you at home who didn't hear that, there's a,
Yeah, all the way
if
to
you
the
go,
other side.
come into the parking lot, and we close the gate for some reason in the front, you can just drive through to the other side of the building, the offices, and there's a gate that opens automatically. So they're having that Woodlands Home and Outdoor Living Convention across the street from us right now. It's $7 online, $10 at the door. Don't know if anybody wants to grab their phones and start, buying tickets. But that's going on right across the airline from us, airport. And what's the other thing? Okay. They have added for the October state meeting a single day registration for 175. It's so awesome. Yes, you need to go. Everybody should go.
Who's getting married. That would go.
Everybody needs to go at least once because it's just an amazing opportunity. The people you meet, the things that you learn, the inspiration you receive.
And it's in Houston.
And yeah, which is kind of awesome for us. Because you don't have to, spend the night. You have to drive all over the place. Let's see what else. And there's now a hybrid version that they're gonna release. It's $100 for that to register. I don't know if all the sessions are gonna be recorded though. So.
It's better than just
It's
missing
better,
it.
right, it's better than missing the whole thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there are competitions for photos, for videos, for chapter projects. If you have video or pictures that you want to put in a competition, it's always fun. And they do all of the competitions online. So when you register, you get a link and you get to see everyone's photos and vote for the one that you like best. And it's just it's a great thing. So let's see. Yes, Diana.
I get to present, and so does Kirsten, who isn't here today, but she's not a member of our class, so just saying, just going.
So what day are you presenting?
Yay, I think day 2
So
in the
that's-
afternoon.
Friday afternoon? Or
Yeah,
Saturday?
yeah, Friday.
Friday? Volunteers.
Volunteers have to get them and help people. John Stacy, John just did the help with the present, so.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Gotta love John. So, yeah, John Stacy's gonna be doing that. Walking in right now is Melissa Schubert. I want all of you to turn around and look at Melissa is your membership director.
And I have 1 hour.
You have 1 hour?
Yeah, I have to go back because we're unloading 400 trees. in the garden. So,
Oh.
anybody that needs help.
Yeah, if you need any help with VMS, she can help you right now if you're having trouble getting in, if you're not understanding how to record your hours. If you have any of that, she's here right now.
Or you want to know how many hours you have and where you stand before graduating.
Exactly. So you can, pass by her desk and she will give you all of the scoop. She'll look you up so you'll know where you stand and you'll know how many hours you have until right now. Go. Get it, Justin. Go. Make a little line. Baby, you were me, Justin. Look at her go. Sharon got in there first. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start the meeting with Terry. Terry, you want to come and tell us about Adopt a Roof That's Not Garbage?
Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to them about it.
Come talk. Do you need Adopt a Roof That's Not Garbage? Do you need, do you have a thing or are you just gonna talk?
I'm just gonna talk for a minute because next Saturday is really my thing. So, and I didn't wanna rain on anybody's parade, especially the bird guys, because they're just the bird guys. I wasn't gonna rain on your parade, so. But I'm Terry Stin. A couple of you in the room are actually doing Adopt a Loop right now. And I've answered some of your questions. We haven't really introduced it too highly as a chapter-wide thing because of COVID. And we had one training about a year and a half ago. We had maybe 8 or 10 people. It took us an hour to go, not even a quarter of a mile. We're master naturalists. So when I talk about doing this project, the reason we don't meet as a group to do it is we never get it done in a day. So I advocate for you doing it individually or with a partner to go out to these adopt-a-loop sites, and we're not picking up trash at these sites. We are going out and we are using the apps iNaturalist and eBird. And Krien's going to talk to you today. I don't know how much he'll go into eBird a little bit, but iNaturalist is a program that citizen science uses. And in about 2 classes, I think chapter 24 is the citizen science section. This whole project falls under citizen science. So that is why it is recognized by the Texas Master Naturalists, because it's a citizen science project. So when you see in the bulletins Adopt-a-Loop, we're going to rename it a little bit and call it the Great Texas Wildlife Trails Adopt-a-Loop, because it's about going to these sites and taking pictures of wildlife, insects, snakes, flowers, trees, things that you find unusual maybe. And you go to the park and you just walk around and you take pictures with your iPhone or with your big camera. And then you enter them into the iNaturalist Adopt-a-Loop project. It is a specific project in iNaturalist. And you download the pictures. And then the fun starts, because people will help you identify what they are. If you don't know, you can leave it, I don't know. And you will have people say, oh, it's this, or you can identify it. And people will say, nope, it's not that. And they're all over telling you, no, you didn't, you misidentified it. They love that. And you get into tit for tat with some of them. I'm arguing with someone right now that one of my pictures is a love bug. And they're like, no, it's not a love bug. I'm like, it's a deep love bug. And then I had to look, and she's from Yugoslavia, or what used to be Yugoslavia. She's in Europe somewhere, arguing that my bug I saw over at Lake Houston is not a love bug. And I said, think about the location of where we're talking. But those are the fun and games in Adopt-a-Loop. It gets a little fun when you start working on the computer. So that's Adopt-a-Loop. Some of you here, how many in here are actually doing it already? 1, 2, 3. Do you have any quick questions while I'm here to ask me?
Nope. You've answered them all.
Yeah.
I know, I email anyone that wants to do the project, just email me. That's why I don't put things out in the newsletter, because I've been told nobody looks at them because they think they're the trash pickup. So, and that's okay. We're trying to rebrand this into what it really is a fun project where you go and visit sites, you get credit. I will tell you, as a chapter, we are responsible for 5 sites. That means we have to visit them 4 times a year, which they've already been visited already. So, but we visit them 4 times a year to see what kind of birds we're seeing, snakes, things like that. So in the spring, we see a lot of things. The summer, we don't see a lot. The fall, it just depends. And then the winter, we see a lot again. So, but that's why we do it on a quarterly system based on seasons. And that's just this chapter doing it that way. There are other chapters that do not do it that way, so.
But ours is the best chapter.
Yes, we actually had one of the highest chapter participation in the state, even though I haven't had any training meetings, because one of our members is in the top 20 in the project for her entries. And she just was out, she emailed me she was out in Stubble, she's a kayaker as well. But she was at Stubblefield the other day, and I think she found over 40 observations.
Oh, wow.
So, and she entered them all in the project, which is keeping her in the top 15.
So which are gotta be fast too.
Which 5 sites?
Okay, the 5 sites are Huntsville State Park,
Oh, there she is.
Stubblefield Recreation Area, which is just north of Lake Conroe. It's a campground, but it's actually a huge rec area that has the red cockaded woodpecker. And so
Really pretty.
it is very pretty to go walk around there. In the winter time, in the fall, you have to be really careful because they allow deer hunting there. So once hunting season starts, I actually wear an orange vest when I've been out there. So those are our 2 sites, and actually there are 3. The Trinity River, Highway 19 bridge. And this is nothing spectacular. This is a boat ramp off of Highway 19. but there's an old bridge there, a very old bridge. It's on the National Historic Bridges register. So you can walk up and down this old bridge. It runs along Highway 18, but you have to be careful walking on it because they haven't closed it to cars. So cars can still drive on the bridge, but pedestrians are allowed to be on the bridge as well. And I've been up there and just taken pictures from the bridge. The whole little area is a great birding area. And I think Krien said there's other hot spots around that area. So those are our 3 in Walker County and borderlining Montgomery. And then we have 2 sites in Montgomery County. One is Jones Forest, and the other is Lake Houston Wilderness Park. But if you happen to be a Mercer or Jesse Jones, those are also sites in the project. And if you would like to visit them, you can visit them and add them into the project. And what I'm going to start kind of advertising, which I hadn't before, you may visit any site in the state of Texas. And if you want to say, hey, I want to go to Brazos Bend for the weekend and take pictures to put in iNaturalist, you get credit for hours for this, for Texas Mass Credentialist.
And
So-
as long as it's part of that project.
Yes, as long as you have to put the information in iNaturalist, adopt a loop project. That means the site numbers, there are site numbers on all of these, and you have to put that site number in to receive credit for the project. So Washington on the Brazos is the site, and since I live in the western part, you get credit for Washington on the Brazos, as long as you're putting in the code into the project.
And the code is usually posted at the site on like a signpost or something.
So the codes can all be found, and I'm gonna pass this information out right now.
Oh, you want me to do that?
Yeah, we give everybody one of these.
Okay.
So the codes can be found at Great Texas Wildlife Trails. If you Google Great Texas Wildlife Trails, it'll come up in Texas Parks and Wildlife. You Google that and it's going to give you a Great Texas Wildlife Trails will come up, and it's going to give you on the first screen interactive regions. You click on the interactive region because it's a live site. You click on that and it'll give you another page that has the different areas. So the next thing, the regions all have what we call loops. This is where adopt a loop comes in. They're not really loops. If you go in and keep clicking, they're chunks of colored chunks. Our colored chunks are brown and green because those are our 2 regions we're in, our sites are in. So our Woodlands area is in a brown site. It's in the Trinity Loop. And if you go and click again in the Trinity Loop, it's going to bring up maps with all blue push pins. If you click on the push pins, that's where you find the code for the site. All the push pins have little numbers, and those are the codes you enter. So if you go into Great Texas Wildlife Trails, then you click on one of the regions, you go and click on one of the loops in that region, and these are all colored, little cool colored maps with supposed loops, but some of them are triangles and just really weird shapes, but they call them a loop. And so some of them might have 10 push pins, blue push pins, and some of them might have 5. So, and next week I'm doing a training at Jones Forest that explains exactly, I'm going to walk you through it on screens. I can actually send you an email. I sent a new member yesterday an email, how to walk them through how to go find all these sites, because he was interested, he's going to West Texas, and he was interested in doing a site out there, Colorado Canyon, which is one of our sites that you can get credit for. So, but you can't just say, oh, I took some great pictures. You don't get credit for that. You have to enter them into the site,
And
into the project.
So email address, could you share your email
Yes,
address?
TLS. I'm going to just write it up here.
Okay.
I'm just going to write it up. There's a question behind it.
So you say take pictures, if we specifically birds or terrestrial animals, or
Great question. You can take pictures of anything you see.
as long as it can be categorized by that.
Yes. That is where the big change in the project has, people think, oh, I didn't see anything. Well, you saw some plants, didn't you? You saw some trees, didn't you? And once you start getting up there close to take a picture of that plant that you thought you didn't see anything else, there's probably gonna be a bug on it. Yeah. I mean, and then I saw a snake when I was out. I was at Lake Houston Wilderness and with my daughter in July, and it was hotter than Hades. And I went to take a picture of this flower that had the butterfly on it, and underneath that, in the shade, was a snake. And I'm like, ah, I didn't even see it. But I got 3 shots in one.
Good, before he took off running, because you
Yeah.
yelled at him.
So, like I said, this is citizen science. I'm actually gonna get out of town during your citizen science chapter, but I put my email up. We've been doing it individually. People asking that we're gonna try to push this more now within the chapter for you guys to actually, in a group setting. I wanna do some group activities where it helps you learn how to look for things. Because the more you go out and look for things, the more you're gonna learn how to see. I have a degree in visual studies. So there are little things that I can help tell you that will increase your ability to see outside. I mean, if you're out there looking for birds, you're not looking just at the top of the trees. Krien can explain all this to you, happy birds. It's a whole, like, whatever's going on around you. And I have tips for where to look for things, like near water, things like that. And I'm gonna cover this in training. The training is going to be posted on our website, so you can go to the training and pick up some hints and things that we do, so. Any other questions? When is it? It's next Saturday morning. And like I said, I'm gonna get it to her afterwards, so we can just post it on our webpage, so. But the whole push now, Lisa, we were all laughing, is we're not picking up trash, so. Oh, you can't do that. I do that. Yeah, you can do that. I do that. I do both.
But, yeah, so I'll tell the story on myself. So I got an email from Terry saying, could I just start off your meeting, tell them about Adopt-A-Loop? And I'm going, okay, I didn't realize that picking up trash, was a Texas Master Naturalist thing, but okay, fine. And I sent that back to her, and she said, no, Adopt-A-Loop is a Texas Master Naturalist thing. And for some reason, people think it's about trash. So I sent her the link to the TxDOT Adopt a Highway program that's been in place for 40 years.
Yeah.
And they've been using the Adopt a Highway. And since we call a lot of our highways loops, silly me. I mean, anytime it's come up in the bulletin, I didn't even read it. I'm not going out there and picking up trash on the road. I mean, I'm a retired environmental professional. I can't tell you how many times I've earned kind of stuff to go do this for Earth Day. And so anyway, so we're laughing. I'm going, oh, you got to get them to change that name. Because there are going to be people like me, that grew up here or whatever, and they think it's really about the TxDOT thing and about picking up trash on the side of the road. And she goes, yeah, okay, I'll work on that.
Funny story about the
Go ahead.
TxDOT thing.
Yeah.
When the project people at Texas Tourism asked TxDOT to put the brown signs out to identify the sites, the highway people just put them willy-nilly everywhere. And so they're not even, some of them aren't even near the site. Yeah. Jones Forest, everybody, one of my jobs as coordinator is to make sure it's labeled. Well, Jones Forest's sign is up almost on I-45 instead of in Jones Forest. So TxDOT, they're wonderful.
Okay, so we ready to go?
We are, we're just trying to make sure that what we're seeing on here, and what
And I
they're seeing at home is what they're getting here. So you can talk about stuff. What you gonna talk about?
I'm going to talk about our speakers.
Oh, okay, love that.
Okay, hey. So this is one of my very favorite presentations of the deal. Jim Renfro and Krien Verberkmoes.
No.
Oh, all right. How do you really say it? Oh, okay. That's really good. Okay. Anyway, they're, very knowledgeable and avid birders, and they can talk about it to someone like me, where I can understand it, which is really great. I have a desire to be a birder. I've gone out with Krien and actually, did a little training thing, and I'm very new. So anyway, so I'm really glad that they're here. And they're gonna start off with ornithology, and then I worked with Krien, and he's doing like a day in the life of a bird, different aspects of it. So I hope y'all enjoy this. I think it's gonna be really great. And then Linda Crum at the end is gonna talk specifically about bluebirds. Assuming she can get in.
Exactly. I might need to go. Now.
Okay. We'll work on it.
Yeah. Like yours.
I'm Jim, that's Krien. You may know us, you may not. How many in here consider themselves birders or bird watchers or spend time looking at birds? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're fans.
You're fans.
We're Audubon. You're a birder.
That's right. I'm gonna try to stay out of the way of the screen and be a little peripatetic at the same time moving around, but I got a bad knee, so I'm not gonna move much. Krien and I are birders, I guess, hobby birders. I have no credentials. I do have a college degree, but it's in chemistry, and got 2 of them. But I started birding recreationally probably 50 years ago in my backyard, and then moved out to the wildlife refuge, and it goes from there. So I've been luckily for me, I've been able to do some birding in most of the states in the United States. And anyway, this is. And if I get on the microphone, you hear me better?
Thank you.
Yes.
Is that better?
Nice.
I'm going to have to get adjusted to this because I don't speak into microphones very often. See what happens when I hit forward. Okay, that is a range map and 2 photographs of hummingbirds. They're both the same species. Those birds are ruby-throated hummingbirds, which are our hummingbirds. The reason I put that up there, I wanted you to look at this map right here and look at the legend over here. And most of you who've done birding and have bird field identification guides, or you have apps on your phone, which these phone apps are terrific. There are some terrific phone apps now. Anyway, these colors mean something. The purple, which is not showing on this map, but then the orange or whatever that color is, and then the blue, orange. This color here is a year-round range. This color here is winter range. This color here is migration. Krien's going to spend a lot more time with that particular subject than I am. But what I wanted you to do is think about this hummingbird that you see in your yard, or someplace, someone else's yard for that matter. This ruby-throated hummingbird is a species of animal, just like we're Homo sapiens. You can read there's Archilochus colubris. This is a species, a specific DNA set that comes out to be this bird. And this map shows you where they exist. If you go to Los Angeles you will not see a ruby-throated hummingbird. You will see one that looks kind of like them, but it's a different species. I want you to focus on the fact these birds occupy a range or territory during a 12-month cycle. And most birds, breed in springtime, at least North American birds, breed in springtime. In the wintertime, they're just hanging out someplace, trying to find food. And I want you to just think of a bird. When you see a bird, I don't care what it is. If it's a cardinal, it's a feeder. Just think that this animal does have a home range, and that's where it's going to be. And that's what I call natural history. But recognize that these are animals, and when we get off into worrying about environmental concerns and other things, it is impacted by this home range, and this and these effects impact their home range. Just think of a bird having a living territory. We're in Montgomery County. Right now, 99% of the ruby-throated hummingbirds are somewhere between Texas and Maine and all the way over to Western Canada. Okay. Krien and I have used this slide, or I use this slide. I'm not going to blame Krien for any of these slides. They're my fault. Warm up.
Take some of it.
A warm up. What are some of the differences that birds have unique to them? I got one hand up, and I've got to finish my spiel. What are some differences in birds as opposed to other creatures?
Visual wavelengths to see other bands of light that we can't see. Visual wavelengths of light.
Okay, that's one's not on my list, but that's a good one. Certain species. Another.
They have feathers.
Feathers. Excellent.
Hollow bones.
Pardon?
Don't they have hollow bones?
Yes, their bones are lightened and they're less dense, and yes, there are hollow sections in their bones more so than, say, a mammal, who have essentially solid bones. Any other differences? Got one more that I'm thinking of.
They have wings that can fly.
They can fly. So feathers, flight, those are unique to birds. And any more while I turn my back and move forward here? That's what I had written down. Now, he added one in that they can see certain spectra that other animals can't, but they also have telescopic sight. Birds can sit like a hawk, an eagle, which is a hawk species, sits in a tree and they see a magnified image. They're looking through binoculars all the time. And, so anyway, that's what's unique about birds. And that's part of my lesson. Yeah, if you look at the list, flight is shared by bats and insects. Feathers and bills, beaks, I call them bills, are unique to birds. Whereas egg laying, yes?
What about the platypus?
It's an in-betweener. We don't even know if it's a mammal or a bird, do we? It's probably a pro football player. It belongs nowhere. Egg laying, birds share that with fish and reptiles and so on. See if I can move forward. I'm going to have to turn around and look at that and think about it. But as a species, we're what, 100,000 years old? Did the first Homo sapien probably, we think, walk? Walk, yeah.
Get your mic up there.
Do we think, thank you, Krien. Anyway, birds, many bird species are maybe as long as 1 million years old or older. They, as a species, most birds are much older than we are. It says there we have 10,000 bird species worldwide and 300 billion with a B individuals worldwide. We're probably going to say, or I'm going to say, that 300 billion is going down. Okay, worldwide, 10,000 species of bird. We're talking about all continents have birds. In North America, only approaching 1,000. Now, these are birds that have been verified to spend at least part of their year in North America, 960 separate species of all kinds of birds. In Texas, which is kind of south central to North America, 630 birds. And in this area right here, let's say Montgomery, Harris, Walker, I live up in Houston County, and I used to live in Missouri County, 350 or so birds spend part of the year here. Okay, going to run through some rather simplistic stuff, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but if you've got a question, slow me down, and I will try to keep this close enough that you can hear what I say. Feathers, unique skin, you know, we've got hairs on our arms, at least the guys do. Unique to us, feathers, temperature regulation, flight, yada, yada, yada. We know that. But look at here. Whoops, back. I like this. No other vertebrates have feathers. Birds are the only ones with feathers. Here's feathers. These are flight feathers. This is a tail feather. A lot of these are internal kind of undershirt or undergarments. These are contours, which are found on the belly and the sides and places like that. So there's all kinds of feathers, and they even have bristles on their noses. Looking at feathers, every bird species will have an array of feathers very similar to this. Let's look first at primaries. These are the feathers that allow them to fly. These are the big long feathers out on the ends of their wings, and when they start to do this flapping stuff, which is not an up and down as much as it is a figure eight, depending on the species. Back. But primary feathers, 10 of them. An eagle will have 10 primary feathers. A ruby-throated hummingbird will have 10 primary feathers. And then there's secondaries, which are closer into the body. So if you look at this, this yellow shafted or northern flicker, this is number 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this second or this first spotty one is P1. And bird people, one of the things that I've learned to do and permitted to do is I'm a bird bander. So we get involved in talking about P10 is maybe a measure of a bird species or age. It may be showing the age of the bird. When we look at a bird and we are required, if you're going to band a bird, you should know the species. Well, you must know the species if you don't put a band on it. That's what the permit says. But we're required to designate the age and gender, sex, male, female, and whether it's, if we can determine the age, which is usually hatch year bird or after hatch year bird. In some of the larger birds, you can actually call the second, third, and fourth year. But with a cardinal or something like that, you only know if it was born this year or it was born in an earlier year. And a lot of that is looking at plumage, especially the primary feathers. What did I do?
You did nothing.
Well, anyway, that's feathers, that's wings. This is, by the way, you do know that's a northern flicker. Used to be called yellow shafted. It's a winter. You can look at the bill. It's more or less a woodpecker species. Moving forward, if you look at specialty wings, aquatic birds, marine birds, there's a whole set of birds like the albatross, and there's like 6 species of albatross that live at sea. Then you have the soaring birds like hawks and vultures. You have shorter, wider wings that would finches, like your cardinal. It's going to have more of a short wing. High-speed wings would be swallows and doves. And hummingbirds, that's what a hummingbird wing looks like. I missed out on one thing. Here's the primary feathers out here. These are the secondaries closer to the body. These feathers up here in that color yellow are coverts. They cover a bird's wing is structured like a shingle roof. If you look at the roof on your house where you lay shingles, you start at the bottom. You watch a roofing crew. They start at the bottom. They lay the next layer on top of that, and the next layer on top of that, on top of that, on top of that. Well, guess what? They got that from birds. These secondary feathers here cover where the wing attaches to the skin, and so they're called coverts. Trivia? No, it's fact. If you look inside the wing, there's a bone structure, very, very much equivalent to our bone structure. All of us have a humerus, and we have an ulna, and we have a radius, and we have all these carpals out here. But you can see on birds, the carpals that we have that turn out to be hand bones and fingers and that sort of thing have modified into a bony structure that's more of a support structure. And wings, modified forelimb. Yes, sir.
So the primaries are attached to the outside the wrist or on the forearm? Or can you tell if there are correspondence between primaries and secondaries and the bone structure?
I'm sure there is. You got me in a question I can't answer. If I had a degree in ornithology, I probably could answer that question with authority. But I think you just hit on the primaries actually come on the outer part here, and then the secondaries probably on the humerus back in here. I'm having to guess at that.
The bones are calcium.
Excuse me?
Bones are calcium.
Calcium? I'm sure they are. Yes. I mean, their skeleton, all the birds, fish, mammals are all vertebrates. And yes, our bone structure, whether it's a bird, whether it's a lizard, whether it's a fish, is mostly calcium. It's probably, and I'm not sure, the calcium carbonate and probably calcium oxide, several different calcium salts that form that structure, and other minerals in there too, other metals besides calcium. I think.
So there's collagen in them too. That's what gives them all.
Yeah. Yeah, she just said collagen, right? And we do too. That's why I don't have it.
I can say collagen.
Anterior cruciate ligament, it's gone. It's been replaced. Here's the overall skeleton of a bird. And again, its skeletal structure is very, very much equivalent to what we have. Most of the bones in a bird have an equivalent in a mammal. Yes, sir?
Kind of, I guess it's related to flight, yeah. So the ability to fly like in one spot or fly backwards, that's just hummingbirds, right? Or can other birds fly in reverse?
I think the answer to that is hummingbirds are the only ones that can truly back up. A lot of other birds can hover.
Okay.
You see certain raptor species such as like a kestrel, which is a very common small raptor, a falcon, does what's called kiting. They will actually get into a headwind and maneuver their wings, and they can stay in a spot for quite some time, several seconds. And that's part of the hunting, foraging activity.
The hummingbird structure is their wing structure, the way they most, you think of the birds flapping the wings up and down. The hummingbird actually does a figure 8. And by allowing them to do a figure 8, and they can adjust that, that allows them to either go up, down, forwards, or backwards, or hover in place. And there's a bird that has that ability to really do that. Yeah, some of the raptors are like a kingfisher can hover, some of the hawks hover, but they have to sort of almost be, like you were saying, into a wind, get a headwind, and use the wind to sort of help them stay in place. For hummingbird, it can be dead still. They don't have to work on the wind. It's the way they position their wings and they can adjust it to their body. If you think of the osprey plane that the military has, and when they're supposed to be able to take off up and down and then go forward, the engine goes, that engine changes, allows the plane to go up or down and then go forward. And that was really taken from the hummingbird. It's what they use as the first thought of how can we do that? In nature, the hummingbird does it. They figure out how the wings move, and they applied that to the science of how do we change the wings on this helicopter / plane that the military uses.
Osprey just sounded scarier than hummingbird.
Sorry?
The osprey name just sounded scarier than naming it a hummingbird.
It's no better than that. But anyway, that's sort of the science behind the wing of hummingbird to do what they do.
And the wing action is more complex than just going stiff arms straight up and down. There's flexing of the joints. You will see the wings actually bend and that sort of thing. Have you ever sat in the middle section of an airplane and looked out the wing and noticed that the tip of the 737 wing will be sticking up? Wow. Oh, you got it. Okay. Am I doing something wrong?
No, you're not.
It's the computer. Oh, I see. Another unique feature to birds would be bills. I don't like the word beak, but that's, a lot of people say beaks. Feeding, defense, breeding, we know that. This is, we graduated from 3rd grade stuff and maybe we're up to 6th grade stuff. We all know this. We learned this years ago. Oh, specialization. Let's look at bill types and look at the specialization of the bird. These are slides that Krien has developed for his teaching over at the Lone Star. Is that where you teach? Yes. Elsewhere? But if you look at birds, and we know this, you know the difference between a hummingbird and a hawk. You've seen them, you've seen pictures of them, so I don't have to go into that. But it is specialization. This bird on the left is one of the woodpecker species, and he's got this long, strong bill, plus he's got a pretty strong head and a very strong neck and all that sort of thing. And this is, anybody want to guess the species?
Acorn woodpecker.
Yes, acorn woodpecker, West Texas, right?
Yes.
Not here.
No.
This is an insect eater. So it's got a little more rounded bill. This is a smaller bird. This bird is fairly good sized bird. You have woodpeckers in your yard, probably red-bellied for the most part, or red-headed. This bird is in that size range. This bird is much smaller. This is a warbler. Anybody kind of want to guess that?
Bill, yellow warbler.
Yes, yellow warbler. It's a pass-through migrant, though there are breeding populations, I think, in northeast Texas, but pretty rarely do they breed in Texas. Here's a hummingbird. You know that bill, you know that structure. I'm going to guess that to be a ruby-throated hummingbird, and probably with that dot on the throat, it's probably an immature male, but I don't know that. Here's a raptor, and you know that some of them are so specialized that they have much larger beaks proportionally. An eagle's bill is really something to behold. If you've ever seen an eagle, go to a raptor center sometime and take a look at the eagles that they're trying to rehab there. They're impressive individuals. Here's a finch type bird. This is local. They actually breed here, but they migrate and they spend the winter down in the tropics, and their breeding season, their breeding is in North America. That's blue grosbeak. Yeah, blue grosbeak, and this is a shape name. Grosbeak, it's got a large bill. Grosbeak, French. And you notice that I saw a bird yesterday, and Krien and I talked about it. It's another grosbeak that's not here normally. It's Western United States, Western North America. I looked out on my feeder, and it was a black-headed grosbeak. I don't have a picture of it. If you have a field guide or if you have an app on your phone, look it up. A black-headed grosbeak, shaped very much like this bird, about the same size, maybe I think black-headed is a little larger than this. It's more like the rose-breasted. But it was in my yard. It had gone into Canada for breeding and reproduction. It was headed back to the tropics, and somehow it wandered off, and it was in Houston County, right outside of Crockett, in my yard, for 10 minutes, and that was it. It was gone. Got lucky. If you've been on the coast, down on the beach, or at the Galveston, I used to go down. I lived in Missouri County, Lake Jackson, so I got to spend a lot of time along the Gulf Coast and in the marsh country in say Missouri National Wildlife Refuge, San Bernardino Wildlife Refuge, lots of marsh area, and I got to see a lot of these guys, black skimmer. In fact, I worked for Dow Chemical Company for a number of years, and they had an old parking lot that had been there since World War II, and it was covered with oyster shell. Used to use oyster shell as a yeah, you remember Shell Road. All of us grandads remember Shell Roads. You don't see those much anymore.
Dusty second.
Anyway, there was a great big parking lot about the size of this parking lot in front of us, maybe even larger, that was shell covered, oyster shell. And that's where these guys nest. This is a black skimmer. And if you'll notice, the black skimmer, the lower mandible, the lower jaw is, the bill is longer down there. And darn it, the screen's covered up. It shows the bottom image down there, which is partially covered up, shows, yeah, we're going to look at it. We'll just see why it's called skimmer. It skims the surface of the water. And if you've been on Galveston or if you've been on the beaches, you've seen these guys working. There you go. If you look there, skimmer. He's got that bottom mandible. He's dragging it, he or she is dragging it through the surface. And they fish that way. And you'll see them when they actually touch a fish, you'll see them pull their heads up, swallow the fish, and go right back to work. Feet. Feet are specialized too. We just looked at specialized bills. Feet are specialized too. We're all aware of duck feet. Some of the other birds have a lobed foot, and this bird is a swimmer, plus it's a lily pad walker. So they have lobed feet, and a good example of that is a coot. Most of you are aware of what a coot is. Which is, you see them floating in raft groups. And then you have herons and such have long toes and they walk. You got perching and all the obvious things. We're now back to third grade. Okay, here's you can see a web foot on a duck and a lobed foot on a coot. So there's your coot. That's the American coot, I think. There's a Caribbean coot. This is the American coot. And we have lots of them here. Does anybody want to call that duck?
I don't know water.
That's a bufflehead. That's a bufflehead. It'll be here in the wintertime. Go down to Galveston Bay, someplace like that. Might even see them in the ponds up here in the woodlands area. Not much, but they like large bodies of water. They're not in the woods, they're out on a pond someplace. Mainly brackish or marine. Bufflehead. And the female looks different from that. That's a male. Here's a heron with a walking foot. That's blue heron. Great blue heron. Next. Whoops. Y'all know that one. That's in your yard. Chickadee. Carolina, chickadee. Did you say Carolina? There's a black cap out east. We don't have black cap. We only have Carolina. One of my favorite birds. When I started birding in the 1970s, we were still in the throes of DDT contamination. There were no ospreys, that's an osprey. There were no bald eagles. There were no brown pelicans along the upper Texas coast. If there were, they were extremely rare. You know, this is a long, sad saga of DDT used to spray to control insects, came out of the World War II development. It's what we did 60 and 70 years ago, and we have learned better. DDT is a chlorinated hydrocarbon. It's very high molecular weight, and it's very extremely chemically stable. And once it gets into the environment, it stays there, and it's very toxic. And it was accumulating in birds. Egg problems and all kinds of stuff. It's been outlawed since about 1970, but it took us a long time to do that. And what's happened since 1970 or so, when it became outlawed, by the 1990s, we had brown pelicans, we had bald eagles, we had osprey, and in greater numbers. They almost disappeared. One of my favorite experiences was driving north on Hardy Toll Road. This has been 10 years ago. I'm someplace in the area of Spring, and I'm headed north. Across the road in front of me on Hardy Toll Road, as I'm driving northward, comes this osprey with a fish. He zips across, maybe 100 feet in the air. On his tail, or her tail, bald eagle. And it was a chase. The bald eagle was trying to take the fish away from that osprey. When they crossed the pine trees over there and got out of my sight, of course, I almost had a wreck watching this. It was a hell of a chase. Up and down, up and down. My guess is the eagle won, but I don't know. I didn't see the end of the chase. That's a pileated woodpecker. It has clinging feet.
I'll just get back to the osprey. Just take a look at the picture, look at the fish.
Yeah.
Notice what way is the fish facing? It's forward, they catch it, no matter what way they catch it, tail first, whatever. Once they get up into the air, that bird will flip that fish around so it's carried with the head of the fish going the same direction as the bird is going for aerodynamic purposes.
Nature is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. There's so much that in my 40+ years of bird watching, I have seen some wonderful things that nature provides as entertainment. And some tragic things too. But as a bird bander, I do get to handle the birds up close. I've seen beauty that you can't see through binoculars. Moving forward. Anna, what did I do now? Take care. Oh, where we're going from here. We're about through with the pictures. Bones, there we go. We've already had that answer. Lightweight, spongy, hollow bones. And that's the secret to birds in flight. We do the same thing with airplanes. We built all our World War II airplanes out of aluminum and magnesium. Our chemical company went into business in Freeport making magnesium. And so magnesium, aluminum alloy, and aluminum alloys, titanium is a light metal too, found its way into the aeronautics world. What have I done? My battery down?
Brand new battery.
Yeah, let me take over. I'll walk around. I can punch buttons back behind there. I've got to move along. I think I've got 20 more minutes.
40 more slides.
Pardon?
And 40 more slides.
Yes, I do. Wow, thank you. The light came back on.
Yeah.
So I must have hit something.
Yeah, ready for it.
I'm very clumsy. You know, I'm 80 years old. Actually, I'm 82. And reproduction, some species are monogamous, most are not. Cardinals, for instance, he and she will mate up in March, and they may split up in May and get new mates. Eagles are known to mate for life. If one dies, the survivor will go find another mate, that sort of thing. They're like people. Eggs, I think we know all about eggs, but obviously there's different shapes. Hummingbird egg and an albatross egg, a pointy little egg. My story on the pointy little eggs is, you know, that certain seabirds, marine birds, spend their life at sea and hunt fish, and they come ashore to breed and lay nest and lay eggs. I don't know of any bird species that lays eggs at sea, but they do come ashore. They do have nests on shore. A lot of them will lay their eggs on rocks, and that kind of bird will have a triangular looking egg like so that if the wind kind of blows it sitting out there it's just sitting on a flat surface, the egg will run in a circle. And my light went out. Have I done something wrong? I did. I'm going to watch you this time. You got it again? Don't go far. This is a slide that I put together because I think it's an important slide. If you look at the owl on the left, barred owl. Yes, barred owl, B-A-R-R-E-D. It's one of our local owls. We have probably 3 species, 4 species year round. We have burrowing owls in the wintertime that show up down on the coast. But we have barred owls that basically live in swampy areas and in the neighborhoods. Yeah, in your yard. You probably hear them in your yard. Who
cooks for you?
Yeah, they've got a beautiful sound. Who cooks for me now? Yeah, that's supposed to be the.
They've eaten 2 of the cats.
And they've got the cats.
Oh.
We also have great horn. It's about 50% larger. They just go hoop, hoop. And then we have screech owls if you get far enough away from town. You really don't see screech owls much in town. I've got screech owls on my place because I live out in the country. But look at the owl. His eyes are like ours over on the front. They have binocular vision, and they have tremendous nighttime vision. They have a lot more rods, I guess. And now look at the bird over on the right, and see where the eye orientation is on the side. So that bird, which is a songbird, you can tell by the hand, the fingers about the size of that bird. It's a small bird, songbird.
I don't know.
Yellow-throated vireo. Yellow-throated vireo. You're more likely to hear them than see them. But they are a resident breeder in the springtime and summer. They're another one of these birds that migrates. Okay, diversity, and you've got specialization on groupings, and I'm just going to pass this by. I'd rather move forward. I wanted to come back to the range map and looking at birds. And let's look here at the red-shouldered hawk. Name is up there. I don't have to ask you. I've already put the name up on the board. It's again, this bird is got its name from what it looks like. See the red shoulders on the red, and this is an adult. This is an adult. This is an adult. This doesn't look very bright because I think the picture was actually taken in very poor light. Very cloudy day, so the exposure, the photographic exposure was much lower. But you can see the general size of the red-shouldered hawk, and that's the hawk of the woods. That's one you're going to have in your yard for the most part. You probably, if you have them in your yard. If you got barred owls, you have red-shouldered hawks. But look at this range. This purple means they live here all year round. But in the breeding season, summer, during breeding season, some of them will shift north a few hundred miles, not far, but they don't change continents or anything like that. And in the wintertime, see, winter, blue, some of the population will shift to the south. And that has to do with food sources. Doesn't have to do with a blue norther or any of that stuff. They don't really react that much to weather as much as they react to food sources. They gotta eat. Yes, ma'am.
Since north of breeding or south in the winter, do the ones further south shift south and everybody else comes, or do the ones that live here residents stay and some other ones like leapfrog and go south?
I can't answer that with true authority. Here's what I'm going to say from what I've read on other species. There are populations within populations. So you may have red-shouldered hawks in the wintertime, and some of them may be the shifting group, and some may be the ones that stay here all year round. And they just end up in the same place and they shift out. And one of the birds that we see not too much down here, especially on Missouri County, we don't see red-tailed hawks, which is a little bit larger than this red-shouldered. Red-tailed hawk is one of the most common hawks in North America. And they disperse as well. They shift north and south. And in Missouri County, I don't recall seeing very many red-tailed hawks in the breeding season. They all moved north, went up to the Great Plains and into the mountain areas and went into Canada and all that sort of stuff. And shifted back south. We see a lot of them in wintertime. And if you're driving down the highway, especially out in the country, and you see a bird sitting on top of of a telephone pole, it's almost surely going to be a red-tailed hawk. Almost surely. Not always, but for the most part. So population shift. Contrast, well, not contrast. Here's another bird that has a population shift. We have them here, red-headed woodpecker. And one of the most, what are the names up there? I don't have to ask you what they are. Red-headed woodpecker, you can see, whoops, let me go back. You can see that some of the population shifts to the north and the west during breeding season. It's a spectacular bird. I have not seen very many in my old country place until this year. And I've had a pair. I have my power poles run across my pasture. And they've adopted one of the power poles and drilled a hole up there at the top. Power company's not gonna like that. But they have adopted our yard and they're coming into the yard now, feed off the feeder and to get water. And the bird that you're going to see mostly that's a woodpecker in your yard is going to be red belly. So this is not the same bird as this. This is red belly. It's got a red head. And here's where it gets its name. Here's where this bird gets its name. In this case, sexes are alike. It's hard, you can't tell male from female. In this case, this is a male. The female will not have, let's see, she doesn't have any red on the back of her head. Ruby-throated hummingbird, excuse me. It's its name for an obvious reason. This is a female on nest. This is another male, two males. This is my hand. And by the way, that's pollen. So if you want to know whether or not a ruby-throated hummingbird is pollinated, there's proof. However, look at the range. Right now, they're all up here, but they're packing their bags. They're headed to Mexico. They're coming through right now, beginning right now, this week. They're going to start sweeping south from here. They're going to be coming through Texas, through Montgomery County, Walker County, Houston County, Brazoria County, all the way down the coast, back into southern Mexico. And they are considered to be neotropical migrants. In other words, they spend breeding season up here, wintertime in the tropics. And the yellow is their migration tag. Neotropical migrant. You'll hear that term a lot because that's an important ecological issue. We're scared to death that all this development on the Texas coast is taking down the populations of all of our birds, mainly human development. We are a bad species. We are bad. And neotropical migrant, just remember that. In contrast, by the way, this guy, juvenile male, he was born the year that photograph. The males are born and they look just like mom. They don't have anything down here on their throat. They don't have a gorge yet developed. But beginning in late fall, they begin to get one red feather at a time. And there's his first, there's probably two feathers. Juvenile male. Here's another bird that you will see, especially if you go on a hike in the woods in the wintertime. You won't see it in the summertime, because guess where it is in the summertime? Up here, all the way to Canada, almost to Alaska. Definitely into, and I forgot the provinces. And in the wintertime, they all come south. They don't just shift, they all come south. And some of them migrate across the west in the Great Plains, but they all end up in the southeastern United States, say from the Great Lakes south. A few of them spill into Mexico. This is white-throated sparrow. Gets its name from its appearance. White-throated sparrow, small bird, smaller than a cardinal. Not much smaller, but smaller than a cardinal. And they're, most sparrow species are grassland birds. They feed in the grasses. They're not arboreal. You don't find them way up in trees, you find them on the ground. This is one that looks like a white-throated sparrow, but it's not. But they occur at the same time in Texas. This is a white-crowned sparrow. I just threw that in there. Did you know that?
I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't know.
Oh, you weren't listening to me. Okay, listening. That's my bad.
Picture. I was listening to you, not looking at the picture.
Sorry about that. It wasn't a trick. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize.
Jim,
Okay.
on that range map,
Yes, sir.
the ones that are on the west coast, where do they migrate to? Do they come all the way back down and then go up, or do they cut across there?
Good question. His question was, this California crowd out here, these Democrats, where do they go in breeding season? He asked, do they cross and end up in Canada? Probably they do. I just don't know the answer to that. I'd have to go research that, but I think you answered the question for us. Yeah, they probably move off the California coast, moving north back into Canada. And I would say that the California crew represents that bunch that are in British Columbia, the western provinces of Canada. And I screwed it up again. Oh, is that what I'm doing? Okay. I'm turning the power off. I'm sorry. I have the same thing. I have the same problem with my TV remote. This guy's got a bunch of buttons over on the left side, and I'll sit there, and all of a sudden it goes off. What did I do? And I look on the side, it says something, and I say something else. Okay. I always thought, yeah, if you like BC, I've been watching BC in the newspaper for years. There's some truth there, folks. They just spoke the truth. And population decline. This is somewhat loaded. I don't know what your politics are, and I don't care what your politics are. I'm going to give you kind of a snapshot from my point of view on why we're having a population decline. But there's no question that we're having a population decline. And one of the things that I say is, as human beings, we strayed off. The Old Testament was written, what, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, we think, at least Genesis was. And if you read that statement, it is true. We are a bad species in many, many ways. I hate to say it that way, it's not really true.
No, it's true.
We're very, there's truth and there's not truth there. But we are a thoughtless species. We are a selfish species. We are an aggressive species. And a lot of our activity has done big things, big time negative things to the planet that we live on. We're not really good stewards of where we live, are we? We got to work on that, and we are.
But if we read on in Genesis, we find out we're supposed to be stewards.
Yes, certainly.
Well, people stop there though. They don't.
The American Bird Conservancy, whoever they are, some sort of .org, says that since 1970, nearly all major groups of native wild birds have shown significant declines in populations. We know that. It's anecdotal and it's proven. Yes, sir.
Is that world and US?
World. US is our laboratory, though. We know the US because we live here. And we're measuring here, but it's happening in Europe. It's happening in Africa. It's happening in Australia. It's happening in Asia. We're a good example of it. culminating in approximately 2 billion overall loss of individual birds from the breeding population. And that was said many, many years ago, so we've lost more than just 2 billion by this time. We've lost 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. And that 300 billion that was shown earlier of total bird population worldwide, and I did it again. Where is it? He taught me how to fix my own problem. How about that? Here's I like curves. If you're from the science world like I am, you like curves and graphs and all that sort of stuff. These dots represent different types of birds. Let's see. Not much decline on eastern forest birds or western forest birds, but a huge decline on grassland birds. Why is that? Well, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, that's agriculture. Plain and simple, agriculture for the most part. Other effects, but agriculture. And Krien brought me back to the ground on this one. We got wetland birds in higher populations than we had 40 or 50 years ago. Why is that? The answer.
That's unlimited.
In part.
Yeah.
They've done their part. They are not completely responsible for it. In fact, they're just a small part. The federal government in this country and actually worldwide, we are seeing a lot more conservation lands now being set aside for various species of animals and plants. And the National Wildlife Refuge System in the United States is the greatest example that I can give you, because down in Missouri County, where I lived for 40 years, we had over 100,000 acres, more than 100,000 acres, which is 1,500 square miles of National Wildlife Refuge have been set aside in the last 50 years. We didn't have it before that. And now we have more territory for these birds to live. Yes.
So do you think that the reason, or a possible reason we've been more successful in conservation for our wetland birds is there's not as much competition to develop that land as there would be grasslands and forest land?
Yes, I think your answer is correct. She asked, is conservation successful in certain places like marshland because that's not as desirable developmental property as you go up to the northern province, the eastern provinces of Canada, where all that grassland is. We plowed it under. We plowed it under the whole state of Iowa and the whole state of Illinois. You drive through those states, all you see are cornfields with every 5 miles, you'll see an ethanol plant. I'm moving. Reasons for decline. Habitat loss, agriculture, urbanization, yada, yada. You know all these answers. I'm going to keep going. Predatory animals. We bird watchers are kind of nasty when it comes to feral cats. I realize a lot of you own cats. I realize that a lot of you who own cats let Fluffy go out in the backyard. And because Fluffy wants to be in the backyard. Fluffy is a malicious, well, I'm not using malicious, it's a very aggressive predator. They are strictly carnivores. Cats don't eat anything but meat. So they catch field mice, moles and voles and all that sort of thing. They have, feral cats do a lot of damage. I like cats inside. There's other predatory animals, some of which are natural. I was looked out into my pasture yesterday and 2 coyotes came by. They both look like, what is it? Pardon?
Wile E. Coyote?
I said Wile E. Coyote.
No, they didn't like that. They looked like chupacabras. Hardly any fur on them. I keep kidding that. I'm clumsy. I'm sorry. Collisions. Here's a big one. You see birds on the roadside, right? Collisions, especially out in the country. But not just cars, buildings. I don't know if Krien's going to cover that, but I hope he does. Wind turbines. I'm stepping on some toes here, but wind turbines kill birds. I just saw golden eagles are having a problem. Pardon?
They've experimented that.
Yeah.
With that in Europe.
Yeah.
But it's still not a guarantee. It decreases, but it's a step in the right direction. There's other, I'll talk about more, but there's other things about wind turbines other than the turbine itself.
I don't want to, he's got more on the presentation. I was just going to kind of introduce the subject and stay away from the downsides of it. Pollution, no question. I worked in the chemical industry, and I worked in the chemical industry in the 1960s. True caveman days. We did things routinely that were legal at the time. We didn't know any better. And is that an excuse? No, it's not an excuse, but we did it and we stopped that. We have the EPA now and yada, yada, yada. But moving forward, exotic plants. This is one I really get mad about. Exotic plants and insects, again, introduced by agricultural authorities. But what bothers me is the pet trade and the nursery trade. We've introduced all kinds of exotic species here and worldwide that don't belong here, and they screw up the ecology. End of that story. Finally, climate. Climate effects are real, no question about it. The earth is warming, no question about it. Carbon dioxide that we produce is part of the reason. No question. Into that. Here's a good example of habitat loss. These are some maps I found a few years ago. Here's North America, the United States, actually, 1620, the year after 1619. And this is what our forebears found. Look at that. This is what? This 230 years later?
What's the black represent?
Forest cover.
Okay.
That's forest cover. And you can see the Great Plains, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, West Texas, not much forest cover. A little bit in Colorado, a lot in the Pacific Northwest, but everything east of the Mississippi was almost completely forested. Look at it now. Look at that. Is that habitat loss or not? Especially for the woodland birds. What can I say? Just an example of what we've done. Yes.
So if we go back to 1620, what do you think the bird population loss was from 1620 to today?
That would be purely speculation on my part. Yes. Half. This is a list that's too busy to look at. But without hitting the wrong button, this is the estimated deaths. This is put out, by the way, by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. These are the bird deaths. And this blue column is kind of a summation. This is an extrapolated estimate, but it's based on science. Yes.
Is it per year or just the year?
Yes, this is annual. This is an annual number. 3 billion. This is North America. 3 billion. All birds killed for one reason or another. 2/3 of that is attributed to feral cats, but other high numbers are vehicle collisions and building collisions. Okay, we learned this in first or second grade, carbon dioxide cycle, carbon dioxide into plants, oxygen, the plants produce oxygen, sunlight catalyzes it, okay? Well known, here's the chemistry. Carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, absorbed by plants, there's water in the plants, got sunlight energy, you end up making sugar. C12C6, H12O6 would be glucose. And oxygen, so you get oxygen back out. But in our bodies, the respiration process is just the reverse of that. So we have, we generate from sugar with oxygen in our bodies, we generate that carbon dioxide, and probably we were balanced, yes?
Since part of my job is being the proctor,
Yeah,
I just want to, can you finish up like in the next 5 minutes?
yeah, I got 3 slides.
Okay, perfect.
Third chemistry lesson. This slide shows that this global warming, this climate change is cyclical. This is a 400,000 year range, and we've gone through 4 cycles of carbon dioxide, up and down, but that's a lot of years. None of us have been around that long. And then the temperature follows the carbon dioxide, and sea level rise follows that. So we're in a natural cycle, but if you look out here where that red circle is, that's today. And look, this is carbon dioxide. So yeah, we're producing a heck of a lot more carbon dioxide than we ever had. So what are we going to do? Who knows? Wind farm proposal. I'll get away from that. But you seen that?
Yeah, it was just a water.
Well, here's the map. They want to put wind farms right off the coast where the workers come from. Paper last week. Okay, I'm stopping right here. Any questions for me? Because we need to get Krien on. Yes?
The cycle that you saw, is that based on ice cores that they take into? Okay.
Yeah, I think that is science. I've seen that curve in more than one publication. So, you know, that's accepted based on fossils and coring ice and those sorts of things. Yeah, that's accepted. Okay. And from a scientific standpoint, which beware.
Which is more dangerous, carbon dioxide or methane?
Well, methane has a higher number. And yeah, methane is a stronger greenhouse gas. And so what are we going to do about methane? Stop the leaks? Don't know. That's natural gas though.
Yeah, hell will freeze over before people stop eating beef. Besides, if you've heard others talk about the cattle industry, the Netherlands is proposing to shut down over half of the farms in the Netherlands just because of cow gas. It's going to drive the economy to the hell back. It'll shut down the farms. People won't have food to eat. People won't have jobs. This whole thing gets going up. I'll just stop right there.
Are we good or what? I appreciate your interest. I've been in master naturalist for 22 years now. I got lucky in Missouri County. Our chapter was founded in 2001. In fact, our first training class for interns was the day after 9/11. Wow. They called me, the coordinator called me the night before. It was on 9/11. He called me about 8 o'clock. Says, well, we're all signed up to go to this class. You think we ought to go ahead? And I said, hell yes. We're not going to let those people stop us now. And the Missouri County chapter is called Cradle of Texas. It operates out of Angleton. It's a lot like this chapter. A whole bunch of educated people with enthusiasm and a lot of young enough people to do work. You get too many people like me, bad deal. But thank you for your attention.
Appreciate it, Jim. What we're going to do, you've got 5 minutes to do whatever you got to do. And I'm starting in 5 minutes. Thanks.
I'm sorry about that.
I think I did better.
Yes.
Last section I did. Everybody's confused. There's no right answer. Yes. You're very fast. It's amazing. You learn you get good at, kind of, I kind of learn my eyes. See motion. Especially they can learn. It's always amazing. You are they know it's also. Yes. So you start learning.
I have a question for you too. Are you really doing that? Because I'm curious about this wind turbine thing. Obviously, we need more sources of renewable energy if we're going to help climate change. So how do we balance it to avoid more damage than and that's a question. We cannot really. Well, okay, there are European countries who have.
And they're not having problems. They're not having problems. I don't know. You don't. Zero carbon. You're over there? No. So, where's all this stuff? How do you realize how much damage done this in the earth? Every time you build one, so
then how do you mitigate the damage that's done by drilling and?
what damage is done?
You want to talk about damage, see what my parents did, like now they start cracking down in Orange County.
There is damage done for all of them. How much damage done for all this? No, so I.
So how do we figure out?
Technology. You don't kill everything. Because it'll never happen. It will never happen. So, when you go back to the.
I agree. I agree. The biggest problem with that is we don't know the question is My father-in-law, his father-in-law. So it was a long time ago. So basically, we have no current good solution. Like.
Rock and roll, let's go.
Yeah. Pragmatic, like, everybody wants to take their life, it doesn't have any problems if we're not acknowledging the other side. In that technology.
All right.
Thank you. I didn't even.
I'm fired up now. We had an interesting conversation at break about politics and energy and climate change. And I can get going, somebody can get rock and roll, but anyhow, but we both, I think we all in this room would agree, I hope we all would agree, that really it's going to take time and effort, but also takes everybody with an open mind. We understand that there are issues, there are climate change issues, there's energy issues, there's concerns, but one person can't just say, I only believe in renewable resources, we have to have 100% renewables, and we can only use solar and wind, and that's all we can use. And they're locked on that. They don't realize that it'll never happen. We don't have the technology for the next 50 years to be able to do that. But they're locked in so much on one point that they won't sit down, you have to compromise, you have to understand both sides of the story. So anyhow, let's not get going right there either. We won't get this presentation done. What I'd like to do in the next hour or so is sort of take us on a journey. I'm gonna be, on this journey, we're gonna be taking some left turns, some right turns, going in reverse, going forward, on some different things. As we go through this, and I as sort of a simple way, or at least as the title is, on the way, a year in the life of birds. What happens, what do they do, where do they go, so on. So, but first of all, let's, on this thing, realizing that I think we all agree with some of these statements that of all the marvels that we've seen and not seen in the world, knowing that there's a few of them, most of us are really astonished at what the annual migration of birds. How do they do that? You know, the idea of a songbird, a hummingbird, for example, weighing less than half an ounce, can travel thousands of miles on its own energy, every year in and year out, and it's almost too much for us to comprehend. How can we grasp and get our arms around the fact that a little hummingbird about this big leaves Canada in August and ends up down in Central America? That little bird. They don't have a roadmap. They don't have an iPhone with GPS. They don't have any, they don't fly in flocks. No backpack, no extra water, no food. They gotta survive as they go. They gotta fuel up. Go as long as they've got the fuel to go. They have to go down and land somewhere, refuel, go. It's a phenomenal nature that, it's hard to, you just can't get your arms around it. No matter how much you study, how much you look at it. Like Jim said, he's been looking at this stuff off and on, he's been in it for 40 or 50 years. I've seriously only been in it 8 or 9. I mean, serious since I retired. Before I retired, I was in the crazy financial business world and just never gave my mind a chance to be able to do much else other than work. But what is sort of ironic about some of it is the fact, though, that when I went to college, I've got a bachelor's of science degree from Michigan State in Parks and Recreation Administration. I wanted to be a park ranger when I was a kid. Got out of college, no jobs. I went into the business world and didn't look back until 8 years ago when I retired. I said, I want to go back to work and go back and get into something I like, and that's how I got into the National Insurance Program here, and have gone forward since then. I've taken a lot of time and effort to birds has always been something I've liked, enjoyed since I've been a kid. I remember duck hunting with my grandfather in a marsh on the rivers in Michigan at age 6 and 7 on a snowstorm, and dip boots and trying to go through cattails that were 8 foot tall, and I'm about 4'2", with a black lab. And my dad, my granddad were shotguns. That was, my introduction to birds, something like that. So you can see, and I still understand, why people hunt. I mean, I have hunted probably 30 years, but I don't have nothing against hunters. Yes.
You were saying you teach at Lone Star. What do you teach at Lone Star?
Okay. Someone asked about Lone Star. Lone Star. Yes, there is a program through Lone Star called Academy for Lifelong Learning. And for some of you in here in the room, you probably won't qualify for it, because it's basically for ages 50, 55 and older.
Oh.
It's a program where it's people pay $25 a semester, and there's classes on anything from A to Z. But what I do is I teach birding classes. I have an intro to birding, I have an advanced birding class, and I also do bird walks. So these people sign up for these 3 different classes, and I go through. I do 3 in the fall, and I do 3 in the spring.
Which Montgomery, which college?
Which
college?
campus? The campus, I'm on the Montgomery College campus, which is in the Woodlands, right there on 242, Lone Star, Montgomery County. During COVID, I did a couple classes online, so that basically anybody within the Lone Star program could get into it. I prefer doing live classes like this, being able to get in front of people, talk to them, ask questions, look at people eyeball to eyeball. I just hate sitting in front of a computer. So I always tell people I'm just Zoom challenged. Don't want to do it. I know we're being Zoom, part of this is being Zoom today, but that's not my favorite way of doing things. So anyhow, so some of the stuff that this program I'm doing here is I developed it originally for our program here. I think I've also done it with the intern program up at the Ellis unit of the prison system. That program we have where we do the inmates up there are allowed to become sort of an affiliated master naturalist that can't get the full board certification because of who they are and where they are, but we provide the training program. And I've done that since the beginning. I was a member of the first class, and I've done about 4 classes, maybe 4 years or something like that. I've done it now up there 4 or 5, and have had the pleasure of working with some very, very, very interesting people up at Ellis. But anyhow, let's get back to reality here a minute. So there's a whole concept. So let's talk about why, so what happens in this year? And we're going to start out at the beginning of the year, the winter, late spring, early spring. What's happening with the birds? They start to get restless. This is proven within lab settings. Birds that are caged up will start to act different. They start going in certain directions in their cages, which basically is what direction they would go if they were migrating in the wild. They start preparing for migration by adding weight, packing on the fat, because some birds may fly nonstop for thousands of miles. That little hummingbird might only make it 100 miles a day, maybe 50 miles a day, depending on the weather and so on and so forth. But they have to add weight to build up these muscles. So they need to have food sources, which we can go into the fact of what do we do, as they migrate to our neighborhoods, through our backyards. What do we do? We're providing food for them to be able to do that. The hummingbird feeder is one way of doing it. Any bird feeder, suet, seed, the hanging nectar feeders. The birds are using all this to build up energy, build up weight and muscle. They start to gather in flocks. Well, they don't all gather in flocks. I mean, how many of you have seen I'm from the north side, you used to see this all the time. You see the Canada geese, they fly the big bees, There's usually one, you always got the one goose in the front, the head of the bee, and that's sort of the leader of the pack. That goose, male or female, it knows where it's going, and everybody just, goes out in the bee for aerodynamic purposes, so they all don't have to work as hard. The hardest job of that bee is the guy in front, because he's busting wind, and everybody else starts to, as you get into the wind stream, slipstream behind the goose in front of you and off to the side, it makes it easier to fly. But off they go in flocks. Well, the hummingbird I told you, they don't fly in flocks. They don't even fly with their family. Mom and dad deserted them as soon as they were, basically once they got out of the nest, mom and dad are gone. This little guy or gal's on her own. So think about that little hummingbird sitting up in Canada. It's now August going, what the hell am I supposed to be doing here? What's going on? We'll get touch on it, but it's the flock, a lot of it is flocks, some of it's not. So let's pick a bird here, what would be a long distance migrant. These are the ones that go from South America to North America. Between the two continents, there's 330 different species of birds that breed in the US and Canada that are coming up from either the Caribbean, Central America, South America. So these are considered long distance migrants. And here's one called the American golden plover in breeding plumage. It's a beautiful bird. It's not real big. But right now, in this time in January, February, it's sitting down in southern South America, thinking, is it time to go? They start to get that restless feeling. They start flying flocks, and they're starting to head north. So here's Jim. You talk about the range maps. Take a look at this one. You only see the blue down in southern part of South America. You see the yellow up in the very north up to the Arctic Circle. So they're either down there or they're up north, but they got to get from down here to up there. So what's that called? Migration. They got to move through. You can look at the mileage and what all are they going to encounter between South America and the Arctic. And those are some of the things that we all need to be concerned about, because that's that's natural. We're always looking at things, what's going on. So
Is that about 6,000 miles or so?
Yep. Okay, so they could fly. Okay, so this is a map, not taking that range map and saying, how do they migrate? It's not like let's get on I-45 and just go straight north or straight south or I-10 east-west. These birds take what's called sort of a circulatory migration route. As you can see here, when they leave South America down there at the bottom, they sort of go west-northwest, they go up over the Andes, they go up to the Pacific coast, they head up through Central America, they go up to the Yucatan, they do across the Gulf of Mexico nonstop, up into the Central Plains, and they go all the way up to the Central Plains of the United States, up to the Central Plains of Canada, all the way up to the Arctic. And that could be a 6,000-mile trip. So think about this little bird flying 6,000 miles. What is going to encounter along all of this? There's a lot of concerns and roadblocks that they run up against. A lot of this has to do with habitat, food loss, places for where they can stop over and get something to eat, rest, gain energy, and whatever else they run into, buildings or windmills or whatever. So then the circular route coming back, they don't go back down through the southern United States. They in turn head off towards, the northern coast of the United States, up in the main Canada area. They kick off, they leave there, and they fly nonstop over 3,000 miles from there all the way down to South America before they hit landing again. It's over the Atlantic Ocean in the fall. Think about it. What might be type of weather might they encounter over the Atlantic Ocean in the fall? Anyhow, but think about it. This is part of what they do, and this is the way they, and that's their migration route. So think about that poor bird, but they're a beautiful bird that'll do it. So so these type of questions, the question that we have when we talk about migration is really what is migration? And do all birds migrate? Maybe, probably, most of them. It may only be a couple miles, but they may migrate. But most birds will go from point A to point B. There is some movement. They all just don't sit in the same bed. They all don't sit in your backyard or my backyard and live there 24/7, 365. We may think that we say, well, I got a cardinal in my yard all the time. You know what? That cardinal you have in the winter may be one that is migrated from further north that's come down. The ones that we have in the summer may have gone down further south, they come back. So these birds, some people we may say are always here, actually may be moving different parts of the United States back and forth depending on the year. They're just used to moving. But we may think, oh, I always got blue jays. It may not be the same blue jay that's been there in your yard all year. They come and go. So where do these migrating birds go? Do they follow the routes? And again, do they take I-35 north, or how the hell do they get to where they're going? What's their mode of migration? How do they navigate? We say, how does that little hummingbird in Canada figure out how to get down to the Texas coast? Then how does it decide, does it want to fly directly across the Gulf of Mexico, or does it want to go around the coast and stay along the shoreline? And how far do these birds travel? We already looked at this one, the first bird. We know it goes almost 6,000 miles each way in its migration. So there's some distance to be had. So what is migration? It's that periodic travel by the birds that as they are returning eventually to its original place of origin. So wherever it was born, leaves, it comes back. And that's the life cycle and the annual cycle of the bird. It starts out in a nest up in the plains of Canada or the boreal forest. It hatches, it fledges, it migrates that winter for whatever reason. It's down to the United States, it may head to Mexico, may head down to the southern end of South America. Then it turns around and heads back and ends up a year later back where it was born. That's that annual cyclical process that these birds do. And it's usually typically based on seasons, obviously, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But typically, like I said here, it's typically a yearly cycle. So basically what is that yearly cycle? We're going from a non-breeding territory. The American golden plover was down in South America. It doesn't breed down there, but that's where it starts out. It's called its non-breeding territory. It decides it's suddenly something in its head says, time to go. It does its spring migration. 6,000 miles to the Arctic Circle with various stops along the way. Now it's got to its breeding territory. This is where it's going to be for the next several months. It may have a mate already, or it may not get a mate. Some birds will have mates on the way up to wherever they go to breeding territory. Other ones may not find a mate till they get to the breeding territory. But once they get there, love happens. Have babies, goes on, and then there's different, there's different stories of how that happens too, or not how it happens, but how they end up raising these young, and how long they stay with the young, how long does the male and or the female stay together, not together, etc. That's another whole hours of conversation. Then again, they get that suddenly, now they get the urge to go the other direction. They've been up in the breeding territory, now something happens in their little head that says, time to go, time to pack up and leave, begin the fall migration. Where do they go? They go back down to that non-breeding territory where they started out back in January, February. Now we've done the cycle. We've gone through a year, we've done the cycle. Do all birds migrate? Well, not all of them. It's really the more severe the climate, the more chances are, obviously, the greater the percentage that do migrate. How many birds will survive the Arctic winters in northern Canada? That climate, not that many. How many are up there during the summer? Boatloads. But only a few survive that will live up there year round. So most birds, that climate, the habitat that they're in will really determine, are they something that are going to be doing a lot of migrating or not migrating at all. 2/3 of the species found in the US migrate. Some of them are in short distances. There may be birds that are up in the Dakotas that decide, I'm just going to go down to sunny Texas and spend the winter in Texas. You ever heard the term snowbirds? Winter snowbirds, that's the old folks. My parents were winter snowbirds. I'm from Michigan. They would end up going down here to Texas. They had a trailer, they hook up to the truck, drive down to the Rio Grande Valley, find a trailer park, spend a couple, 3 months in the winter down there because they hated the cold. Spring came along, got back to trailer, go back up. Winter snowbirds. 2/3 of the species migrate though. Some are only short distances, and other ones go a lot further. A lot of them somewhere up down in other parts of the country. So why do they move? Why are they migrating? It's one of the resources in that territory. You think about up in the Arctic, when you're up in the boreal forest, we're up there raising their young. Sunlight is how long? You get a lot of hours of sunlight for a short period of time, but you have a lot of sunlight, you have a lot of vegetation, you have a lot of insects, you have a lot of food. But as that climate changes, the decrease of food sources, we all can't survive up here anymore, we gotta move. So they start heading south. Temperature, light, food sources, these are some of the factors that impact until the birds genetically know that's what they start to realize. They realize this, they know it's time to start moving on. But why do they head north? Well, further north they go, the less competition. Remember, all the birds that were down in South America and Central America during winter, so we're just going to stay here. When they go down, they're competing with the birds that are always living in South America or in Central America. So the bird population increases during what we would call our winter months. There's not enough food down there, there's not enough space for nesting or predators. It's just, I want to get out of here, I want to go place where I got more room, I want to spread my wings and go somewhere else. So they head north where they can find food, find resources, and have a place to nest that they hopefully can do safely. So they're looking for less competition, and maybe even time is a little milder. Why be in a real hot tropic if you go up into something, up into the US, up into Canada? If you're really like cold, well, you can go all the way to the Arctic Circle. And the daylights are longer. As I said, when you're up there, you have 16, 18, 20, 22 hours of sunlight. Plants are growing, everything's going, sun's up. Everything's not frozen white. Actually, insects and flowers, and nectar, and so on that they can use for feed. So that's why they're heading north. As I said, so why do they do it, or when do they do it? Is again these triggers, as I said before, they genetically know that they can sense the changes in the daylight in terms of how many hours of sunlight are there. They can tell that when the days are starting to get shorter, even by minutes, by hours, they realize that. And genetically they know, oh, I gotta move because there's not enough sunlight anymore. There's less sun, it'll be colder, less food, less resources, gotta move on. That also impacts the temperatures, as I was saying, food supplies, that's genetically, it's just there. I mean, all these things are intertwined and work together into these birds' brains. And talking about the book, everybody, it's something I'm woke here. People used to say, oh, that person's just a bird brain, because they don't know anything. Think about this, how much is in this bird's genetic in their brain, realize they can survive, know when to move, know how to fly, 6,000 miles without GPS. I mean, I know people who've been lost right through the woods. Think about how do you know how to get out of Canada and end up in Rockport, Texas? Without a map. This big. So where do they go? There are permanent residents. There are some birds that basically don't leave. Like I say, we around here, we have cardinals year round. We have cardinals year round. We have mockingbirds. So there are birds that we see here all the time. Maybe more one time a year than others. Like I said, some of them may be moving around the area. It may not be that same bird in your yard, but the species itself, genetic, basically are in the area year round. Some are called elevational migrants. Up to the Rocky Mountains, There are birds that, during the summer, they're in the mountains, they're up at 8, 10, 12, 14, 8, 10, 12,000 foot on the mountains. When it gets cold in winter, they don't fly south, they just go down into the valley. So they go from 10,000 foot elevation, 12,000, they go down to 4,000, and they can survive. They migrated, they just went from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. It may have been 10 miles, who knows how far it literally is, you want to count the distance, but they're just dropping down. They're not going to another country, another continent, another state. They're just staying in the same mountain range, they're just going from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. Some are short distance migrants. These are, within the same continent. These are the birds that leave Canada, and maybe, like ducks. We see a lot of ducks down here during the wintertime. A lot of those may be just coming down here from North Dakota, South Dakota. There's a lot of bird duck nesting up in the Great Plains, up into Canada, but they're just going from that point down here. We see them down here. They spend the summer, spend the winter down here. Medium distance, those are breeding in the US and Canada. They'll come down to southern here or even down into Mexico, Central America. They do a little more distance than we did. Talk about the long distance ones that go from one end of South America to the other end of North America. Let's talk about the spring migration. Let's talk about one bird in particular that you may be familiar with. It's an issue here, and people really take this to heart and understand and feel this bird, and it's the whooping crane. I don't know if you know the story of the whooping crane. Back in the 20s, there was like 18 of them left in the world. Now we have almost 1,000 of them between the free flock and those in captivity that are breeding, so they can try to keep this species alive and going. But this is a bird that has a little more of a specific roadmap rather than a jump, than a wide open. But they come down here, and their winter grounds is basically the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge down along the coast, and now they're starting up in big. In and around, they don't sit just in the refuge itself. It's in the area around the refuge. You can see them. And they're starting to eat more. They have to spread out a little bit because they're trying to find food and so on. So they're expanding where you can see them in the wintertime around that refuge. That refuge was set up back in the 40s by President by Roosevelt. With a long history of how many national wildlife refuges that were designated during his time as president. It's amazing the millions and millions and millions of acres of land that were set aside in wildlife refuges by him at that time. They do a lot of different refuges. Earlier we were talking about the increase in shorebirds and water birds, and we say that's limited is one of the people in there, and it is the federal national wildlife refuges that is a big factor. And if you have a concern, you can say, like, I'd like to be part of that. And what I've done over the years, like I said earlier, I haven't hunted waterfowl for 30 years. But I've been buying for the last 10 years. Every year there's duck hunter, you gotta buy it. You gotta buy a duck stamp. If you ever hunted, the duck stamp, because you got the stamp you have to have, as long as your hunting license from the state you live in, to be able to hunt ducks or geese. That's a federal duck stamp. It's put up by the Fisheries and Wildlife for the government. 95% of the money spent on that stamp that you buy is used to maintain and expand wildlife habitat through the national wildlife refuges. When I was a kid, the duck stamp was $2 or $3. It's now a whopping $25. So every year I buy a duck stamp. I don't hunt, but I buy a duck stamp because probably $23.50 or even $24 of that goes to wildlife habitat restoration and maintenance by the National Wildlife Refuge. As a side benefit of the stamp, if you're traveling and you go to a wildlife refuge and there's a date and they say, well, yeah, there's a lot of other side comment with wildlife refuges. Some of them are the greatest places to go to do birding is in national wildlife refuges. Well, a lot of the refuges have what's called car loops. You don't have to get out of your car. You can just get in your car and just putz around, and it takes you all around the refuge to different points. You can see all these different birds. It's not just ducks or geese. It's shorebirds, it's cranes, it's egrets, it's eagles, it's osprey, it's songbirds. You name it, you can find them in national wildlife refuges. But some of the refuges, they say, well, yeah, the $5 that they pass. Pull out your duck stamp to get in free. I've enjoyed it. Numerous wildlife refuges around the country. They're phenomenal places to go. A lot of them have great nature centers on site. Very educational. I learn a lot about what's going on in those areas. Yes, sir.
I'm curious for both of you, what your favorite birding location is in the United States?
For the number of birds, I would agree, High Island is a great place because you can see a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, because every place you go, there's a uniqueness about that location, so, I don't know what I'd tell you is the best place to go birding in the United States. I mean, there's just so many different places to go. And there's so many different places, that's such a unique thing that you may not see anywhere else. So,
It changes throughout the year.
No, I understand that. I just always interested in what people say in terms of where they've been that's unique and they enjoy. Might have been different.
the natural seashore north of San Francisco is a great place along the Pacific coast.
Yeah.
The Rocky Mountain National Park, and there's another one, there's a natural wildlife refuge just to the west of Rocky Mountain. It's back in the middle of nowhere. I had a chance to do a little cat and also the badger there that I hadn't seen before. He was coming up and out of an old gopher hole. I was going down literally a 2-track, you can hardly say it was a 2-track. And also, he popped his head out that I'd stop the car. He'd look at me and, what the hell's that? And he popped back down and drive the car on the other side. As soon as the tape came up, I stopped. He said, I got some great pictures of that. It's the first time I got it. I spent about 20 minutes playing cat and mouse with this guy. And my wife and I, we were loud, we were having a hoot. And finally said, we gotta get going. You can't spend all day watching this badger, but there are so many different things. There's a wildlife refuge, I think it's called, it's up in Oklahoma, just north of the Texas border. That has, they have a herd of buffalo there. I'm escaping the name. There's an army base near there. They'll probably come to me after I walk outside. If you get old, you start forgetting these things. But yeah, again, it's a neat wildlife refuge. And again, there, you can sit there and buffalo are going right by the car. They stop you in the road. You have to go to Yellowstone. I went to Yellowstone a couple years ago and saw nothing. I've seen more buffalo up here in Oklahoma than I have in Wyoming, in Yellowstone. So, they're a great place to go.
Wichita Mountain?
Wichita Mountain, that's it. That's a great place. Wichita Mountain's good. There's a great one on the north end of the Great Salt Lake in Utah, north of Salt Lake City. That's a very neat place. Again, they're very different because of the salt water, different depths of bird, different habitats, and neat places up there. So you can find them anywhere.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, so we got this the whooping crane coming out of the fall, the spring. Now they're coming out of Canada. They're up in the Wild Buffalo National Park, up in the boreal forest of Canada, and they're flying south. They head down. They have a fairly narrow corridor between Wild Buffalo, the national park up in Canada, to Aransas in Texas. It's about a 200-mile wide area that they typically, that's what they follow. And so it's very important, and we're determining is, one, they're not a nonstop migrant, so they have to make pit stops on the way to eat and rest and so on. Platte River in Nebraska is one of the places where a lot of cranes, the whooping crane and the sandhill cranes, there's tens of thousands of cranes that stop early in spring on their migrations coming down. And in the fall, going both ways, this is where they stop to eat and rest. They have that narrow 200-mile corridor. So we'll touch on it a bit later. So anyhow, this is the flight they take. They're starting up here in Alberta, Canada, the Wild Buffalo. They got this at 200-mile. They pretty much come straight down to here. Now there's another smaller flock that from basically Wisconsin down to Florida. It's a smaller one here, and there's a small permanent flock of them in Louisiana. Last year it was announced that there was the first time that they found some whooping cranes that came out of this flock here that were nesting in Texas on some private property. There was 2 nests, and it was big news that they had spread out of the smaller area and into far east Texas. Here's a picture too. One point thing here, you notice this guy here, guy, gal, he's got some of this rusty color. This is the first year whooping crane. Because you notice over here, the full adult is all white. This one's still got that reddish brown in here, and you can tell that's a youngster. Like about mileage, this bird does a 5,000 mile round trip, so 2,500 down, 2,500 back. They got to stop at several different times along the season. Stopovers, the sites need to be protected. As I was saying, this is, for example, the Platte River in Nebraska being one of them. We're going to skip that for now. They follow routes. Well, we just saw that the crane does do that. They follow that pretty much the same corridor and it's pretty specific route. Flyways generally, there's in the United States, we've set up some we've designated certain areas as flyways. They generally go north to south. Geological factors, ecological conditions, weather all can to determine what route the bird may take on any given year. Majority of these travel broad airways within the flyway change due to wind direction, forest, sun routes, cross bodies of water, oceans, etc. We saw that with the plover going across the Atlantic. Flyways that are important to us are the Central Flyway and the Mississippi, because they pretty much almost sort of converge here in Texas. That's why when Jim was saying there's like 300, 600, over 600 species that are seen here in Texas, it's because of this. And even here in East Texas, where we are over 300 again, it's because of this. We have this crossing of the mixture of these two flyways as the birds either fly directly across the Gulf from the Yucatan, or they come up along the coast of Mexico and then down along the southern coast of Texas. So these are the two, it's either circumgulf, they stay over land. Obviously, there's some birds that they need to do that. You think about the hawks, what do they usually, they're looking for hot thermals for the higher horizon, and then they can soar, because those birds are so heavy, they need all the help they can get. So they go up and catch these updrafts, they get to a certain elevation, and then they head in the direction they're going, they're flapping, but they're also trying to sort of glide, and as they're heading south, for example, as they glide, they're going to start to lose elevation, so they hit the next updraft, up they go again, they go until they drop down, hit the next updraft. So they need to be over land. The sun comes on, it heats the land, it heats the air, they can do that. Hummingbird doesn't have to worry about drafts, so they can fly directly across the water vector, with a lot of other birds. So that will help, one reason why they either go one way or the other also. Bottlenecks, millions of these birds fall through the Empress of Panama. Most of the birds, think about that as a very narrow strip of land when you've got, coming from all of North America, they come down through Central America, they go across the Empress. And so spring and fall, it is a congested highway at best down in that area. Peak days, you just have rivers of raptors and swallows go by. It's just like moving bottle, it's just black as far as the eye can see as these birds go through. Meanwhile, clusters of warblers, thrushes, and others are waiting amongst the trees to migrate at night. And we'll go into that a little bit more in a minute. So at Gulf Coast, about 2 billion birds cross the entire length of the Gulf Coast each spring as they head north. There's about an 18-day period, typically about the middle of April to about the first week of May, is when we consider sort of the peak and the busiest time in here to see birds. That's why the High Island is one of the best birding places. People come all over the world to be here during that 2 to 3 week period to see as many birds as they can. This shows a migration. This is that on these particular dates and nights, the number of birds that are in flight, and that particular night, 649 million birds in flight, 698 million birds in flight on one night. This is back in 21. These are taken from Birdcast. So you can see the number of birds that are in the air on a given night anywhere in the United States. How do they count it? By hook and by crook and by there's a radar has been developed now to the point where they can tell that radar image is a bird versus an airplane versus a raindrop or versus storms. They can tell that it's birds. And so there's a lot of mathematical calculations that they put together, come up with, say, density and whatever, they say, this is how many birds we think there are in this cubic foot of space or whatever, and they come up with these estimates. They came up with literally telling on a radar screen how many birds are there, but they're able to, they come up with a very educated guess as to the number of birds at that point in time that it took off at what time of the night, what way they're going, is the radar, because there's obviously, you can see through like following the plane on radar, they can follow flocks of birds on radar.
And is this during the day and night or just at night?
Those were just at night.
Okay. Wow.
Just at night. After you and I go to bed, there is all the birds.
What they believe from ground truthing is that the birds, for instance, will leave the northern tip of Yucatan Peninsula right after sundown, 9 or 10 o'clock at night. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of songbirds there, orioles, warblers, flycatchers, you name, headed north from the tropics. And they leave about 9 or 10 o'clock at night, fly the Gulf, and come across the Gulf anywhere from Corpus Christi to New Orleans, generally, depending on weather conditions. And the reason that they're visible by weather radars, they adjust the radar over to Doppler. You know, it's Doppler radar, and they have some adjustments they make. So these little birds don't fly as individuals; they fly in little groups, little flocklets. Maybe 50 birds, maybe 20 birds, maybe 200 birds. There's enough mass in this little flock that they cover the size of this room. There's enough mass of bird in there because of the moisture, the water in their body. And that's what the reflection is coming off the little bodies in this little group. That's what they believe. And there's a whole science of radar ornithology out there. And it was established decades ago by at least one of the most famous, his name is Sid Gautreaux. It's a French name. He was an LSU Cajun, but he ended up doing his academic work at Clemson University in South Carolina. He's well known for radar ornithology.
Yeah, they really enhanced it over the last decade or so, and they continue to enhance the capabilities of being able to do that and track it.
Let me ask you a question, really kind of off the wall. How does the airline industry cope with this migration?
Question, how's the airlines cope with it?
Birds aren't big enough.
Well, depending on the biggest, I think, time that there's a concern is basically obviously during takeoff and landings at major airports. Because most birds aren't flying at 35,000 feet. And most birds are probably under 5,000 feet.
Yeah, something like about a mile in elevation crossing the Gulf. So
So-
they come down at the coast, but out at sea, they're about a mile up, about 5,000 feet.
So I think, yeah, they're airlines obviously know it's there, traffic controllers know the birds are in the area. You know, they can't, and they don't do runway stops because there's a flock of, sparrows flying across LaGuardia Airport. I think unfortunately there's probably a number of birds, again, that's the bird strike number, that get hit by planes, hit by birds will hit buildings, et cetera. I mean, that's, unfortunately, that's one of the, it happens, I don't know. How do you stop it? You can't. What do they do about it? Those small birds get chewed up in jet engines, and it is,
But
unfortunately.
at military airfields, they really care about whether there's a group of flocks of birds coming through at certain elevations right around the airfield, because the fighter jets cannot afford to have bird strike with several birds or one large bird go through there.
Yeah, you're raising a very good point. And they have the ability to, they're not on a schedule per se, they have the ability to, I will take off for a couple minutes or take one more lap around the airport before you come down, type of a thing. But a good point. I mean, it's just another one of the things that we humans have thrown up as an obstacle to birds as they do their natural movement.
This same phenomenon occurs in, of course, Europe and Far East. And I read someplace that the Israeli Air Force, during spring migration up the west part of where Israel is on the west end of the Mediterranean, they ground themselves. The Israeli Air Force will ground and watch radar because it's a real hazard because they funnel right up over Israel and Lebanon, countries along the western, eastern.
All right, so spring migration, medium distance, like some of short and medium, here's just a couple examples, orange crown warbler, yellow rump. Yellow rump we have during the winter, they're not here during the summer. Typically the orange crown are not here during the summer either. These are typically the ones that are, we have, they winter here, they head further north, up into Canada for breeding. Stopover sites that really, that migrants really need. We talked about the Isthmus of Panama. There's a place up on the northern tip of South America for birds that may be going directly across the ocean, across the Gulf is a very important area. The Isthmus is important. The Texas Gulf Coast, as you can see, is a very obvious point where birds, as they're coming up either overland or oversea, two by land, one by sea, whatever they'll call it, but Texas coast become very important for these birds as a spot where they need to stop over, gain strength, energy, and protection. Here's a map showing a yearly cycle. This is out of Cornell. Watch the birds as they start to leave South America. Look at the concentration in Central America. They're all going up into the United States, all go up into Canada, go to Alaska. You know, so in the summer, now starting even as early as July, they're starting to take migration south. You can see in September, we're getting a big number, October, Central America, November, now you're back down into here, and here's the end of the, by the end of the year, they're back where they started. All right, fire escapes. Yes, sir.
This, it might be kind of random, but I saw one of the spots went from northern Canada to Maine. What kind of bird do you think is overwintering in Maine?
Well, it went to there, but I don't know if it stopped there. Did it stop there, or did that
It
go?
stopped there, yeah.
Again, that's habitat wise, I couldn't tell you what one that is, but that just gonna show you that there's birds that are moving out of the Arctic. Maine may be considered tropical to them versus what we would say is tropical down here. Fire escape, so that we've talked about the coast is very critical here for to stop over. Billions of birds go through here, they allow them to stop here, and they might be here for 3 hours, 5 hours, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days a week, who knows, but Texas is the coast is very important. The stormy weather, if they're, you know, they have to take, you know, they're heading up over the Gulf, they run into a real strong headwind. They may take a quite hard left turn, try to get to the coast as fast as possible to get out of the weather. That's why we need tree groves along the coast to provide fueling stations. This habitat is shrinking by the development pressure in climate change. Putting up a seawall along all these places is robbing Mother Nature from being able to continue to create and maintain mud flats, salt marshes, etc. Because if the sea level would rise in a perfect world, if there's no development, like Jim's lived over the last 100,000 years, the sea level rose, the waters that went up and just created new wetlands, new water flats, and the animals could adjust. Now what happens, we build a seawall in front of that property and the water rises, the water can't come in, it can't create more wetlands further inland, it just stops. So what happens, the water that was fairly shallow in front of the seawall maybe initially now becomes 2 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet, 8 foot deep. And where's the wetlands, where's the shorelands? There's nothing left for the birds, we've just taken everything away from them. Mother Nature knew how to take care of itself. If the water rose, it just moved in further, created new wetlands, created new swamps. If there was trees there, the water got so high, it killed off the trees, but created a wooded wetlands. Nowadays, we block the water and the water can't do anything. So we've eliminated Mother Nature from creating new territory, new habitat for birds and animals. Texas has one of the most biodiverse yet threatened coastlines in the country. Over 600 miles is suffering from erosion, lack of freshwater inflows. Freshwater inflows, what does that mean? Not getting water from the Rio Grande anymore. Where's the water going? It's being diverted, it's being whatever. This be anywhere in the country, but in the Colorado River here, anything that flows towards the Gulf, if we're using it, we're slowing it down, if we're blocking it, we're not allowing it to take place. It's creating you need that brackish water, either fresh water from these rivers to feed into the brackish waters that transition from fresh water to salt water. We don't have it, that it destroys habitat. Ecoregion in the wintering grounds, stopover sites for over 90% of the birds here, that's part of Texas. The coast is stopping ground for, also, unfortunately, we're also the stopping ground for litter pollution carried through the Texas river system. I mean, many of the conservation issues on the coast are really at the mercy of choices by what's happening upriver. what goes on in Dallas is river water comes all the way down from the upper part of Texas. Anything that comes, any litter goes in up there ends up down here. Like any river in the state. So unfortunately, we can do what we can do here, but people in the state have to realize this is a state issue. It's not just the pollution at the Gulf, it's what's coming down from Austin, what's coming down from Dallas, what's coming down from anywhere else that's on these waterways out to feed into the Gulf.
Karen, is there any recognition of that?
They're starting, it's being recognized. I mean, it's a slow boat, it's an uphill battle probably. People are it's starting to sink in that we need to worry about this, but you know, I'll just say one word, politics, and let's go on. So along the coast, there's hundreds and hundreds of small islands along the coast. And these islands are very important to the birds because many of these birds, you know, they need these for a stopover. Some of them use these islands for breeding, but they are disappearing due to sea level rise, erosion, and tropical storms. So again, we're always kind of, we need to be aware of what's happening and what we need to be looking out for. Finding a quiet, secluded spot to raise chicks can be tough for beach nesting birds like the royal tern. Much of our coastlines are crowded with people, buildings, boats, other things that make up coastal life for us humans. So we go, what about this? And we go out there, we tromp on the beach, we tromp on bird nests, we build sea walls, we do all sorts of stuff, and again, we're interfering with Mother Nature and allowing, you know, nature to do its thing and the birds to have their life. You know, really, we need to try to provide safe space for birds to nest with fewer animal disruptions or predators. So when these smaller islands just offshore, maybe a mile or two out, along the islands are very important for birds for obvious reasons. Restoring these islands around the country is a central component to fight against climate change. What's the benefits? Talk about what, other than just benefit for the bird, what do? They slow down the wind, they slow down waves on the coast. So instead of this internal getting the beating, those islands slow down those high tides, the pounding surf. They take some sting out of that. They try to slow down the storm surge and the high tide levels. They also can serve as carbon sinks, storing climate change causing carbon pollution in their plants and soils. You know, a lot of people talk about following science. That's, you know, they worry about so much carbon. Well, when you are paving gazillion acres of land and taking out every tree, plant that stores carbon, when there's carbon produced, where's it going to go? Who's going to absorb it? You've got all blacktop. It doesn't go anywhere. If you have trees, grass, and as Jim was saying earlier, these plants absorb carbon dioxide. They take the carbon dioxide out of the air. Where do they store it? Down in the roots and in the ground. But when you nuke everything, pave everything, take away all green, you've just prevented Mother Nature from doing this normal thing. Jim was talking about this earlier about the radar. Here's sort of the evening radar. This was taken just south here, south of Houston. This is an afternoon shot. The blue is where the birds are. This is the afternoon bird radar. Here it is. Here's later at night when they all take off in the early morning, taking off from that site. If they come in at night, next morning they're taking early morning, they're taking off. You can see the number of birds. So but it just explodes when they leave. So what are the modes? They're either diurnal or nocturnal. Diurnal, they're going through the daytime. Nocturnal, we know that's nighttime. So the diurnal, those are the soars. I said earlier, the eagles and the hawks. They're the ones that need these they need the warm air, the uplift, the uptakes in order to be able to fly in long distances because of their size. So looking for these air pockets and so on. Those are the soars. The non-soars fly shorter distances, shortly before dawn, and they're usually done by, you know, complete early and possibly a second to take a break in the afternoon. So they're up and down about 5 minutes of the day. And then the nocturnals are flying at night, which is less, the air is usually cooler at night, obviously. It's usually a little less air turbulence. The air's a little quieter. They don't have to fight it as much because, you know, again, that little hummingbird flying how many thousands of miles doesn't want trying to make it as easy as possible over that distance. And also, the smaller birds, what are the big birds that usually eat? What do they live on? They live on small birds. So if every bird was migrating during the day, the hawks would be feeding on the small birds and all that. So again, genetically over the eons, the small birds have figured out hawks can only fly at day, screw them, I'm not gonna fly when they're flying. Let them go off during the day, I'll just sit down here, in some trees along the shore, wherever they're going. For the day, they feed up, they rest, and then when nighttime comes along, as eagles come down to land, once they're down, then the small songbirds get up and off they go. So again, sort of a cat and mouse type of thing, but again, genetically, these birds have figured it out. Long distance depend on refueling cycle, we talked about that. Before crossing the Caribbean, they stock up on energy for vast expanses. Okay, so 4 billion birds streaming overhead. We saw that earlier, how many birds at night. This is a slide that sort of shows, if we start coming down from the south, let's look at the blue numbers here first. So for spring migration, for example, coming out of down here, out of Central South America, you have about 3.5 billion birds coming into the United States. We notice, up here, the number of birds that cross up into Canada is 2.6. So 3.5 come up. Now, this 2.6 isn't all these birds, because we know some birds come from South America, they breed here, they breed here, they breed here, so they don't leave. Now, this 2.6, those are birds that may have been down here all winter, they're now up in Canada during the summer breed. So you've got a difference here of about 1 billion birds between coming in from South America to the ones that are leaving the United States going into Canada. Now, in the fall, flipping it around, these 2.6 have had their families. So suddenly you go up with 2.6, you're coming back down with 4. Must have been a good year. They had a lot of chicks, everything worked out well, had plenty of food, so on and so forth. You got 4 billion birds. Well, heading south, heading down into Canada, down into South America now, there's another 0.7 billion. Again, some of these birds are stopping here, some of these birds here are going down here. So heading down south, you got 4.7. You think about that, but coming back up, you only got 3.5. So 1 billion you got birds that don't make it for whatever reason. So you can see this cycle, numbers, breeding, non-breeding, so on. Yes, sir, in the back.
So of the neotropical birds that migrate, what is the average lifespan of those birds?
Average lifespan of birds.
That depends on a lot of factors. Bird size is part of the factor. Something like a cardinal that doesn't migrate in your yard, some of those can live to be 10 years. Hummingbirds, I think maybe the lifelong records from banding data pushes about 7 or 8 years. I saw some correspondence, somebody had an 8-year-old ruby-throated hummingbird, which seems to have set the record. Larger birds like the raptors, eagles, and things like that can live decades. And so there's a lot of natural history factors in there. But I've also heard it said that we lose, especially in the songbird group, which is hundreds of species, the mortality rate of the total population approaches 50% annually. It's tough out there. You have loss of young that don't make it to adulthood. You have all kinds of hazards out there. Predation, you name it, it's a problem. It's a tough world for a bird.
Tough world for all of us. All right, so this concentration again, so now they're heading, either north or south, but think about it, on South America, all the birds coming up to the Isthmus of Panama. So we got about a 60-mile wide traffic lane at the Isthmus of Panama, and you're heading up in the United States, Canada, or going the other direction. But think about all the birds that are coming out of Canada, the United States, 2,500 miles wide, funneling down into a 60-mile wide. How much problems we have when you take I-45 from 4 lanes down to 1, we think we've got a hell of a problem. Look at the ratio of 60 to 2,500. Think about the concentration of birds in that small of an area. Fall migration. These are now we've done the breeding. We're up there. We're next back. There's winter residents or short distance migrants. Wood ducks. We have wood ducks here year-round, but there are also wood ducks that come down into our area. During the winter time, we see more wood ducks during the winter than we would during the summer. But there's always There's always some here and here around. The Bear Branch Reservoir behind Buckaloo Elementary School, for example, there's been breeding pairs of wood ducks in there every year. I've been there watching stuff for the last 5 or 6. I see breeding pairs of wood ducks there every year. Creekside, Mitchell Nature Preserve down at Creekside, the trailhead down there. There have also been several pair of wood ducks that have been breeding down there, just down there, or you're on, there's several pair that have been breeding. So they're here, but there's more during the winter than during the summer. Pipe-billed grebes are another one we see more of during the winter than during the summer. Just heading a little bit further north. We've seen that map, so we'll skip that one. Another fall migration is the greater white-fronted goose. This guy comes up out of northern Canada, almost to the Arctic Circle. They come down here and spend the winter in Texas, for example, and then head back north again. How do they migrate? We're not really sure. The science continues to work on this and look at this and keep coming up with new things. But here are some sort of some elements that people say we believe is part of how they get from point A to point B. The sun stars and sensing their magnetic field, they've got ability within their beak and then their skull structure to be able to pick up the magnetic fields of the Earth. We know those run north and south, so they're able to determine if they get on us, they can go north or south based on that. And knowing when this, they know when the sun comes up in the eastern and it sets in the west, they can start to set them. On a foggy day or a cloudy day, then there's, they got to rely on other things. Some birds don't fly when the weather's real bad, but they just don't like it. They can't quite get their sense of direction as well. Again, don't have that GPS on their iPhones. Environmental cues such as geographic features, coastlines, mountain ranges, and rivers. I mean, that's sort of the Mississippi Flyway. They find that big bloody brown ribbon heading south. They can follow that, or they can follow along the front range of the Rocky Mountains, or along the Arctic, or along the Atlantic coast, Pacific coast. They can tell this. They do that. Physical landmarks, the different ways that different things they do, but that's part of how they determine what way they're going. Some more examples of the some winter birds we have here in short distance. We have pine warblers here, year round, but there seem to be more getting in the winter time. They're here. American goldfinches are a winter resident, and they head north in the spring. Concerns, habitat loss. Talk about wetlands, marshes, solar energy, wind and solar energy infrastructures. And the threat that are posed by these turbines grow each facility constructed in high risk areas. Why are these, back to we talked about the coastlands, but the habitat, what's causing the habitat loss? A lot of it is human activity that may lead to loss of these. Looking at it, the wetlands include urban and rural developments, agriculture, silviculture. Changes can indirectly impact nearby wetlands by altering hydrology through increased runoff or water withdrawals in the watershed. Most of the loss in freshwater wetlands is where the biggest losses in the United States. Over half of the U.S. population lives in these coastal countries, counties along the coast. You think about it all the way from the Atlantic down to Texas. This population is living within sort of the coastal wetlands range. If you look at a map of habitat, and so they're continually putting a high level of stress on this habitat, which in turn impacts birds, fish, you name it, it's there. Natural processes that impact habitat. You got again coastal wetlands, high energy events such as erosion. You got sea level rises and storms. Impact of these may be magnified by climate change and shoreline armoring. That's the seawalls. Estuary wetlands typically protect the coastline from erosion, flooding, but if the sea level increases and development prevents the inland migration of the wetland, which I alluded to earlier, more wetlands will be converted to open water. And then you've eliminated food sources for both birds, fish, crabs, land, you name it. Another concern, light pollution. Window strikes. Estimates that nearly 1 billion birds are killed each year in high-speed crashes in the buildings. And this is just the United States. Not only do birds fail to recognize glass, they often seem to be confused by reflections of decorative trees inside building lobbies. How many big, tall buildings you see in the city? You look through the lobby windows, you see these big trees inside the lobbies. Well, the bird can't see the glass, so they just see a tree, boom, into the glass at the end of the bird. Navigation interference. Satellite data reveals Chicago generates the greatest amount of light pollution, which attracts and disorients migrant birds. because again, we said how they travel by sun and starlight. Well, these city lights confuse that ability. It sucks the birds into the city. Then when they get in there, then they can't find places to stop over because it's all concrete. Where's a tree for them to stop and rest? Where's food? They get lost trying to navigate between tall buildings and trying to find a place to eat. It's just hell for the poor bird. Light pollution, most dangerous city for migration. Unfortunately, Texas is up there with Houston and Dallas being number 2 and 3 in the country, behind Chicago. If you went beyond this, El Paso, San Antonio is not far down the list. I mean, San Antonio not far much further down that list. So we've got concerns here in the state of Texas. Here's the casualties of in 2020 of a building in Philadelphia. Type of birds that were hit. The building included black-throat warblers, catbird, wood thrush, ovenbird, other species. This is just a small example of what can happen one night in a city with high rises and when they're all lit up. Here's a study done in Chicago. Basically, if right now with all the windows lit, there's a 76% increase in the number of birds that hit these buildings in Chicago based on this study. If they turn the lights off in this half the buildings, it would drop by, there'd be 54% less bird strikes. This is just one small study in Chicago. Texas coast has 5 times more migrant birds than any other area in the Gulf Coast. Stations between Corpus and Bronzeville string high levels of birds, while other cities, again, Jacksonville, and Gulf Coast of Jacksonville, Florida, these are migration hotspots. And this is, again, as you come up through here, you've got Houston as being one of the biggest cities in terms of light pollution. Just think about the number of birds that are coming up and then realizing that unfortunately Houston is in the middle of all that. It needs to really take things to make it safer for birds to come through here. So a little plug here for on the side here for the Lights Out program in Texas. The fall migration is, they're saying, basically sort of this August 15th. That started a couple days ago, folks. So here we go through the end of November. And what this program is basically after 11 o'clock at night till 6 a.m. Turn off the lights. There's no reason to have lights on. This is trying to get, especially you start getting into taller commercial buildings. Why does a commercial building have to have all those lights on? There's nobody there. I'll never figure that one. Never figure it out. Then they talk about they can't make any money. Well, we can't figure that one out either. High cost of energy, we can't figure that one out either. All right, light pollution. You got the dates. Peak migration is typically around the first week of September to about the end of October. Guidelines that we can all use: turn off the lights between 11 and 6. Do not use landscaping lights that go up. Don't do the kind that start to go around and sort of light up the trees and light up your field. Those lights facing up is what the birds see, and that's what distracts them. If you're using security lights, use lights that are basically pointing down the ground. Use shields around so the light doesn't escape out and it's not filtering all over the place. Even use motion sensors so the lights are not on unless something moves. And then the light comes on, it goes off after the movement's gone. Close blinds. These are just thoughts and comments. We'll continue on. Wind energy. Not that this is not a problem, but and here's a picture of somewhere where you can see the windmills in the back. You can see all these birds flying close to these wind turbines. Let's go back and talk about the whooping crane for a moment. Research now confirms that whooping crane avoids wind turbines, causing important loss of stopover habitat. It's shown that if a whooping crane realizes there's a windmill there within a 4-mile radius, they won't go into that 4-mile radius. So suddenly, how much habitat is lost for every windmill that's put in along the Platte River, along the Great Plains, in that, remember that 200-mile strip we talked about earlier that the whooping crane follows? Every time they add a windmill, you're taking out a radius of 4 miles around each one of those, which may have been fantastic habitat for the whooping crane is now lost because of the windmill. And that's not counting all the crazy ones, all the other birds that would hit the propellers and everything else that goes on. So make sure I'm not okay. You guys are trying to do one thing, I'm trying to do something. I don't want to confuse it too bad here. All right. Concerns, the big picture. At the end of the day, cumulative impacts are what truly matter. Put another way, wind energy development is one of the many sources of bird mortality, and these are all additive. We saw earlier that the feral cats is the biggest impact. Some people say, Well, hell, there's 2 billion birds killed by cats. What's 100,000 dollar windmills? Everyone counts. I mean, we can't say, well, because if cats are the worst, why don't we do something like cats? How many people are killing cats? What do we do? Which source of mortality kills more or less birds is somewhat irrelevant. They're being killed by wind turbines, outdoor cats, window collisions, etc. And the threat posed by turbines grow with each facility constructed in high-risk areas. That's what I just said about the winter Krien. This age is dawn at a critical time for conservation. 3 billion birds disappeared from North America in the last 50 years. Migrant species have suffered significant losses, habitat destruction, collision, which also declines in insect abundance. They have to do with habitat because you're farming everything, and no insects can grow. No insects are there because they put pesticides down. No insects, no food, no birds. And it's right. And the threats to migrants are many. And the questions become: can new tracking technologies help unravel the mysteries of nocturnal migration? This is what we're talking about. By putting geotags on birds, so we can really determine where they go at night, where they stop over. A lot of times, we haven't it's just been in the recent history that we've been able to start to determine where do birds stay, where do they stop at night? In these thousands or hundreds of miles of migration, where do they stop? What areas are really important for these birds to survive? So we know where can we put our assets and our effort to protect it for the benefit of the birds. Unraveling this global changes impacting their birds. This is a study on just in the eastern United States. Mitigating climate change can indeed benefit birds. However, knowing the land use change has a greater impact on habitat-specific birds is a crucial insight. This study actually showed that if you want to say what is worse on these birds in this part of the United States, habitat loss is even a worse problem than what we call quote-unquote climate change. Working on habitat loss and habitat change is probably will be more effective than trying to solve everything solely on climate change. Just don't put up more turbines and the solar panels and we'll solve the problem. No, that's not going to be it. Habitat loss. If there's nothing there for the birds to eat, or no place to live, no place to stop and store energy, how the hell do you expect them to live? Here's the twilight on Boulder, Colorado. Geese are flying overhead, heading south under the cover of darkness. You can see the moon coming up in the background there. Birds are migrating basically all year round. Somewhere in the world, birds are migrating. This is not just, we know springfall here, but if you look at the bigger picture, those birds are constantly moving. They may be moving north and south, full swing, south in April for us, and heading north in May. By like May, spring, summer migration is wrapping up. For some, like I said, there's some birds already that are leaving the Arctic by middle of July. Some of the shorebirds that we see down here in August are already left Canada by end, like say, end of July. Fall migration sees southward migrants, including hatchbirds, make their first journey. Some birds, where the parents leave and head south before the young ones. So the hummingbirds, the adult hummingbirds leave before the ones that were born that year, because they still need to grow a little more before they can develop the wing strength to fly. So mom and dad have left. The youngins are up there in Canada, still trying to figure out how the hell to get out of there. Seed eaters shift across the regions as winter sets in, so they move as the food sources and the weather. So they're going east-west, not always going north and south. Spring and fall are the most dangerous times of the year, but we now know that during migration, important steps to protect them. Came out of this gentleman from Audubon. It's hard to overstate the importance of protecting birds year-round, and not just the breeding or winter habitat. We want to secure their future. We need to be worried about basically 12 months in a year. Where are the birds? What do they need to get from point A to point B? Now this golden plover we talked about back in January, February, that beautiful inbreeding, has done its cycle, went up to Canada, came back down. This bird flew 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean and then back down in Argentina. Looks a little different than what he did when we saw him at the beginning of the year. He's now in his non-mating season plumage. And that's it. Happy to take any discussion on this. If get too hot, too crazy. We'll attempt to take a whack at a few things. Just there.
No politics this time.
It's fine.
So with the data that they've observed with the migrations, have they observed any changes in migration patterns due to habitat loss, basically.
Question talking about, in these studies and with the issue of climate change, has there been changes in patterns of migration? And yes, there has been. Some birds are migrating a week to 2 weeks earlier than they did before because of maybe the temperature rising. Genetically, they got this internal thermostat or whatever you want to call it that says, oop, temperature hit this certain sun change, I gotta start heading north. Well, if the climate is increased the temperature just a wee bit, that's gonna trip their trigger a week, 2 weeks earlier. So they're gonna, unfortunately, what may be happening to some of this stuff is the birds are leaving earlier or later, and when they get to where they normally are, their first stop, there would be food. The insects may not be there, the food may not be there, or they may be too late till they get to the dinner table, it's already, the insects come and gone. So there is an impact and change on that. So yes, there has been changes in those patterns of where they're going and when they're leaving.
I was just curious because I was reading a thing about sea turtles. It's affecting sea turtles because the water is still too warm and they're not getting that trigger to move. And by the time that front comes in, the sea temperatures drop, they're actually getting stranded. I didn't know if that was happening with birds too.
They're not getting stranded, but yes, it does impact when they leave South Renfro, for example, and head north. Yes, there is a change to that. Yes, ma'am.
About the impact of all the forest fires that are going on.
Impact of forest fires. They are, what was it, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, they found a big die-off in New Mexico. And part of it, they determined these were birds that were coming out of California that were being driven out by the wildfires. They went into areas probably where they normally wouldn't be, didn't have the food sources to survive. The habitat was different than what they're used to. That changes. So yes, there is an impact. You talk about air pollution. They need the same clean air we do to breathe, and we don't like breathing smoky air from a fire. Unfortunately, we get moved. Maybe our house is safe. If they don't, a lot of birds lose their habitat because the habitat the vegetation is burned off. That's got to be restored itself. But there is also, if you go back over the eons when there was natural wildfires, that was just part of Mother Nature getting rid of some vegetation for new vegetation, which in turn created a different environment and reestablished additional food sources, plant growth, et cetera, et cetera.
Part of the answer that I have is that birds and other wild critters live by instinct and they change by adaptation. That may take generation after generation after generation. So when we're talking about habitat loss, when we're talking about climate, whatever that might be, but it changes the substrate where they live, it's slow for them. They may have to go through generations before they can adapt. So they're up against it. We learn quicker, maybe, just maybe, but maybe we don't. But, we have to recognize that instinct drives birds and other wild animals, and adaptation takes generations. So it's a problem. And we cause part of it.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
You've got some great information in terms of things that people can do. What's your number one thing that people should be doing to help birds?
What's the number one thing to help
Quit
birds?
cutting the trees, maybe.
What?
Stop cutting trees.
Stop cutting trees. I mean, if you're talking about habitat loss, I was telling somebody earlier this morning, I can't remember what they're showing me a picture that they had pileated woodpecker in their yard. This person has like 100 acres, so they had the trees. And I was indicating that to her. I'm in the Westwood North subdivision, just off the north side of 1488, 2978 intersection. And I moved there 11 years ago. And when I first moved in, we had red-headed woodpeckers. There was summers when I would have a pair of woodpeckers and they would have 3 or 4 young, and I'd have all of them at the feeders during the summer in my yard. I had pileated woodpeckers, we see periodically every year. Well, in the last 3 or 4 years, also I moved in at the time, right behind me, there was 4 lots, each of them a half acre, that were undeveloped. So there was snags, big trees, small trees, shrubs, grass, et cetera, et cetera. Since in the last 3 years, they have I'll use the term, nuked those lots.
Mhm.
And I no longer have red-headed woodpeckers, I don't have any more. I don't have pileated woodpeckers anymore. I don't have red-tailed, we used to see red-tailed hawks, we had a red-tailed hawk nest in those trees behind the house. I can tell you some crazy stories about red-tailed hawks, but they're gone. I see them, don't see them as nearly as often. Now, what I have seen, continue to see, in the yard, in the neighborhood, this is a side plug for eBird, it's a way, it's a citizen science. And I will say, unfortunately, Texas Master Naturalists don't like what I do that way, so they said I don't get credit for it anymore. But I have a 1,400-day running tally of birds seen, basically either in my yard or in my neighborhood. Every day I report something, be it a 2-minute, I wasn't looking for anything, I just happened to see something and I would report it. Or I'll literally sit down on my back patio when I know a lot of times the birds come through and I have a lot of bird activity at my feeders, I'll sit down for an hour and just see what the hell happens. But I've seen a change in some of the birds that I used to see years ago that I haven't seen as much recently. This year, I don't know why, I've seen more Mississippi kites than I have in the past. We've always had at least 1 or 2 pair in the neighborhood. This year, just the other day, I walked my dog up and down the street. She's 14 and a half, so she and I go real slow up and down the street. It's great for both of us to get out of the house. So the two of us take a walk, and I'm watching to see what's in the neighborhood. And there was one time, I think I had 7 kites all at the same time, sort of in a loosely kept above where I was walking. Other days I'll see 1 or 2, but I expect probably within the next 2 to 4 weeks they'll be gone. By the middle of September, they're gone. They'll head to South America, and I won't see them again until next spring. Now, I did see about a month, July 4th, I had a sister-tailed kite fly over the pool while I was in there doing my laps in the neighborhood, right over the top of the tall pines. Again, those you don't see too often we're in this part of the country, and where we are in Westwood and Kingwood, in the woodlands. But I've seen 1 or 2 every year, once in a while. They're there. It changes, so, but I agree with the nuking idea. I mean, I think part of the reason why I know so many red-tailed hawks is Del Webb put in a subdivision on 1488. I mean, what used to be a pasture. I can remember when we moved here, there used to be a bull and a bunch of cows and a couple of small oil wells in that big pasture. It's now all houses. No more red-tailed hawks. Kitty corner from that is the Woodlands Lake development where the apartments and senior buildings are. That used to be all grass. No more red-tailed hawks. There's just no more habitat for them. So habitat loss, killing, knocking down trees. And every subdivision you see, what do? They tear it down. There's nothing there but just desert. When our houses were built in Westwood, they left all the trees. They just went in and just carved out enough trees to build a house. I got 60, 80-foot pine trees all around my house. You'll never see another subdivision like that as long as you and I live. Yes.
Would you recommend starting to report development companies for ignoring the tree loss in Texas?
Nothing you can do about it. Who you report it to, they don't care. It's called politics.
Your planning commission.
Planning commission, politics.
We got a ordinance passed in Huntsville.
Yes, we did.
Tree ordinance.
Well, again, but it's tough. I mean, you have to go through a real challenge to get them to agree with you. But it's a political game. I mean, it's a challenge. Not that you can't get it done. Try to get it done. They'll be like that. I did, back to the lot behind us, there was an active red-tailed hawk in one of the trees where this house was being built. And I actually did call the CO and said something, hey, I says, can you tell these developer that, I asked him, you're not supposed to disrupt any breeding birds. I mean, these are protected. He said, yeah. I said, well, there's a developer behind me which is clearing a lot. And right now there's an active red-tailed hawk nest in one of the trees in a tree. Fortunately, it was right near the street towards the corner of the property line, so it wasn't where the house was gonna be built. I said something to the CO and the CO actually went over there and talked to them. They left that tree up. But I haven't seen a red-tailed hawk after that year though, because there's nothing else there. So I think they finished that year and they did not, the hawks did not return, but it at least stopped them from tearing down and knocking the tree down. They had an active nest in it. Well, it's 11 o'clock. It's time for us to politely bow out to go on to your next presentation, but I do appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
So there are a couple of notes about things that Krien talked about. Houston Audubon is, excuse me, is, Houston Audubon is having a few migrating purple martin watches. There's one this weekend at Verberkmoes. Yes, so if you go online and look up Houston Audubon, it'll list the date, and depending on the weather, you can go and watch. It's supposed to be a massive migration event. The other thing is that we have the opportunity to get a $75,000 grant from Niagara Water to build a bird blind out at the creekside ponds that Krien was talking about, where the wood ducks are nesting. So in order to do that, you need to go online and vote. Daily. You can vote daily till September 12th. There's another master naturalist group in Texas that has, they're vying for the same $75,000 grant. So the more people vote, the better our chances are to get the grant. Yes.
Why does the state master naturalist office keep posting about the seaborn grant attempt and not one about ours that I've seen on Facebook? Not one.
Right, not one, because it's the Woodlands Environmental Services that put out that. So theirs is Seaborn Park is actually,
it's adopted by the.
it's been adopted by that chapter, right? And we have not adopted VLC or anything, are the Woodlands Environmental Services. So we are advertising it, and we are hoping that we get it. So what you'd like me to do is to go on Facebook and put my notices out, right? I can make that happen. I can. Do they have time to do a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How about a 5-minute break? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We're gonna flip lights and all that kind of stuff, okay? 5 minutes break. I actually have one. So you can just. Is it good? Are you?
Just
I was just curious.
And that was old reports, so they had to cut their It would have to research, but all I have to do is drive down 240, take a note of each of the developers before.
That's it. Look what I have, a little.
So they were still there. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me check your eyes. Let's see your eyes. Here, sit that down. And then the microphone. Okay, and you know what this is? This is called an owl. Whenever you talk, it follows. You don't have to worry about it. And then there Let's see, are we up to 5? No, it's only been 2 minutes. Look how fast we are.
And they also do what?
So we're going to have
Okay, everybody, could you grab a seat? It is 5 minutes. We need to stick with our schedule. Please grab a seat. I see you back there, Ed. Sit down. Sit down, Ed.
Hey, there's way too many bananas now.
Bobby says there's too many bananas, Justin, I think he's calling your name. Okay, guys, after Linda Crum's presentation on bluebirds, I put little slips of paper next to your place. I need you to write something unique about yourself. Do not put your name on it. We'll have a short icebreaker, just to kind of, to know everybody, because remember, teachers cut now, depends on whether or not you know all of your classmates' names. Okay. Linda, are you ready? Okay. Linda Crum is one of the Texas Bluebird Society. Are you the president?
No.
You've just been in it forever.
Right.
And
I used to be treasurer of Texas Bluebird Society, but I told them that.
this building is. So you can tell them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you tell them.
Okay, well, I'm Linda Crum, and I'm a master naturalist in arrears of putting in my hours, so they kicked me out already. And I'm a master gardener, so I'm here twice a week. I answer phones on Friday mornings, and I work in the gardens on Wednesday mornings. And I have a passion for bluebirds. So we're going to talk about bluebirds today. This PowerPoint presentation does not necessarily represent the views of Texas Bluebird Society. I think they're afraid of what I'm going to say. But the birds will richly repay you for everything you do for them. This Bluebird Monitor's Guide, if you ever see one, in a yard sale or something, grab it because it's out of print and it's a very good book. One of the authors is Keith Kreider, who lives in Texas, and whenever I have a question about bluebirds, I contact Keith. So how many bluebird, y'all didn't know you were going to have a test right off the bat. How many bluebird species are there in Texas? There are 3. All 3 species of bluebirds live in Texas. The only one we're going to see is the eastern bluebird, which is this one right here. This is the western bluebird, and this is the mountain bluebird right here. He has no red on him, and you can see the blue on the throat of the western and the red throat on the eastern bluebird. But this is the one you're going to see here. And this is their range. They're here actually year round. I don't know. The green right here is the year-round range, and then the summer range, you'll find them up here, and the winter range. They'll move over to the west a little bit. Mountain bluebirds, this is their range. So they're mostly in the western part of the United States. And, no, that was mountain bluebird, okay. Western bluebird, this is their range. And they're here in Texas year round in that one little spot there in West Texas. So they're a member of the thrush family, robins, thrushes, and solitaires. This is the female, and I think she's just as pretty as the male. She's not quite as colorful. As you know, in the bird world, the males have all the color. They gotta have something going for them. So they color them up. I color them up. But you'll notice there's a white eye ring around her eye, and so that's one thing that you might look forward to. The juveniles don't have that white eye ring. This is the male eastern bluebird. And this is the juvenile. He's just out of the nest this year. So he's got all these speckles on him right here, and looks like an angel, doesn't he? Anything but. Their average life expectancy is a couple of years, 2 to 6 years maybe. In the wild, they can live longer if they're not in the wild, but most of them are. Here they are right here. So pretty.
So the basic needs, for any wildlife, food, water, shelter, and they have to have a cavity to nest. They can't build a nest in the bush like the mockingbirds do. They've got to have some type of cavity. And this can be, we'll talk about cavities in a minute. What do Texas bluebirds eat? Well, they eat insects primarily. So cut out the pesticides. If you're wanting to attract birds to your yard, don't use pesticides because you're just killing some little baby bluebird breakfast. You use that. Mealworms should only be used kind of like a snack. A lot of people feed a lot of mealworms to their birds. I don't, maybe put them out once a day, but that will help you attract bluebirds to your yard if you will start putting mealworms out. And you can order them live, buy them live over at Wild Birds Unlimited. They're expensive over there. You can order many more mail order.
Excuse me, we're not seeing your PowerPoint presentation.
What's that? Well,
We're not seeing your PowerPoint presentation.
okay, we're working on that. Hold on.
Thanks for letting
Thank
us
you.
know.
Thanks.
I see it on my phone. I don't know what they're not seeing.
Yeah, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, you've got it on your phone. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Can you see it now, JoJo?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Well, I can't move it forward now.
You got it
Okay, here we go. So their main diet are insects like this split grasshopper, and they will feed that whole thing to one little baby bluebird. Here you can see he's having a little trouble getting it in the hole. It's so big, but it's amazing how those little baby bluebirds can eat that whole thing. And of course, after the baby eats, he turns around and presents a fecal sac to the parent, and the adult will take the fecal sac and take it out of the nest. They keep a very clean nest. When insects are not available, like in the wintertime, they will eat berries and suet and other things. They eat suet in the summertime too. And I put hot pepper suet out because the squirrels don't eat that. So if you're putting suet out and you quit because the squirrels eat it all, get hot pepper suet. Birds are not bothered by the hotness of the suet.
I'm sorry, what is suet?
Suet is, it's fat. You can buy the cakes over at Wild Birds Unlimited, and it has sometimes they have seed in them, they have sometimes put mealworm in them, but look it up, Google suet. Okay, it's fat that birds can eat. It comes in cakes and you put it in there's suet feeders, the little wire cages you put them in. And I have one on my back porch and it's busy all the time. Some of the plants that you can plant for birds, not only bluebirds, but others, is this pokeweed. The bluebirds love it. American beautyberry, they will eat this. I have a lot of American beautyberry in my yard because I have to have some for the birds and some for me, because you can make jelly out of American beautyberry. It's very good. If you want a recipe, contact me, I'll give it to you. Parsley hawthorn is another plant for birds. Strawberry bush. These are all native, Texas plants. Arrowwood viburnum. This is in my yard. All these plants I have in my yard. And flowering dogwood. Roughleaf dogwood. And they have the most toxic looking berries to me, these white berries. But the birds eat them. Coral honeysuckle. And you also need to put plants in your yards that attract insects. People that love butterflies just hate it because birds eat caterpillars, but that's nature. You know, you need to attract butterflies so you'll have caterpillars, so the birds will have something to eat. And Barbara's buttons is one plant for that. Also, echinacea, that's my favorite perennial. Automatic. And some salvias and other things that will provide insects for bluebirds. And you need water, and you need shallow water. You don't want a deep water because they don't like it deep. They love to bathe in the water. And so always keep fresh water out for your birds. And here are the three amigos I call them. They're admiring their reflection in the water here. Are they country birds or are they city birds? Well, actually, they're both. What they need is an open habitat with trees around and a site for nesting. Now, you see this right here, this cross. There's barbed wire around that, and that's to keep these little cows from rubbing up against this pole and knocking it down. There's also a predator guard here. You should always have a predator guard underneath your nest box. And she's got hers mounted at the exact height she needs to monitor them from her horse. But as a snake crawls up a pole, he comes up into here, and there's a wire, like hardware claw barrier here that you can't get up into the birdhouse. So you don't want to have this predator guard too close to the ground because the snake will just go over it. They're good neighbors with other cavity nesters. We've got bluebirds in this box, and it looks like, what's the name of that bird that doesn't nest here? But tree swallows, yeah, tree swallows in this box over here. And we need to have predator guards here if they don't have. Orchards are a good place. This is a pecan orchard because you've got no understory. You've got clear ground here for a bluebird nest. And cemeteries. I mean, the neighbors don't complain about what you put there. And it's quiet. So this is a good place for a nesting box. And your own yard. And here they, you can buy these predator guards from Wild Birds Unlimited and other places. Kind of expensive, but you can also go to Home Depot and get the stovepipe and use it as one. You need a Texas Tough nest box because if you haven't noticed yet, it's hot here. Really hot. You can use heat shields on the nest box in order to get it to cool down. These are made of plastic, and there's an airspace in between this heat shield and the box. And it's hard for, this is the Texas Bluebird Society nest box up here. I'll pick it up in a minute. But it's a little bit hard to see where the hole is. We'll get back to where we were. It's a little bit hard to see where the hole is, and so you can paint holes on the top of the box, on the side of the box here, and they're looking for a cavity. So they come down and they'll eventually find out where to get into the box. This is in my backyard one year. I decided I had to cool that box down, and so I put an umbrella up, and my husband says, "Oh, do you have to do that?" He said, the neighbors are talking about us, I just know. And I said, the neighbors are talking about us anyway. I'm just giving them something to say.
Did it help? Did the
It
umbrella help?
did. It shaded the nest box in that late afternoon. I don't know what that is on this page. What is this right here? Huh? It's not part of my slide. Anyway, you can put a data logger in here to take the, let me go back, to take the temperature of this data logger will take the temperature that's inside your nest box. And there's several factors that will change that, and we'll talk about some here. I had this little guy from South Carolina call me one time, and he said, I want you to send me 2 nest boxes. And I said, sir, we ship in increments of 4. I don't want 4, I want 2. He was adamant about it. We don't even ship outside of the state anymore, but finally I said, just to get him off my back, I said, okay, I will send you 2 nest boxes back if I can ship them to South Carolina for the price we ship in Texas. Well, I could. So he sent me, gave me his credit card, I sent him the boxes, and come to find out he was doing this study on nest boxes. And here, he's got a picture here. This is a regular Texas box with regular venting. Now, the vent for the box is here, right under the bed, on the side of the box. On both sides, there's a space, and it used to be 1/2 inch. As you can see right here, 1/2 inch. This box right here has extra venting, 5/8 of an inch, only 1/8 of an inch difference, but it makes a difference in the temperature. This box right here is a weathered Texas nest box. These boxes turn dark when they get old. This one has the heat shields on it, and this one down here is just painted with a latex paint on the outside of the box only. Well, you can see here, the Texas weathered box, the dark one, gets the hottest. 4:30 in the afternoon, it's 108 degrees. You've got dead birds if you've got that temperature. The normal venting of 1/2 inch gets up to 104. 1/8 of an inch more venting gets your temperature down almost a degree. But it's still hot, 103 degrees. With the Texas shields, the white shields, it's 100.5, but just the painted box, all you have is paint, it's 92.3 degrees inside the box. So it makes a huge difference. I paint all of my boxes. And I use Home Depot's Bear, because it has a primer in it. I don't want it to prime anything. I just want to do it one time. So here it is in the in a graph form for all you math people. So you can see right here, what is this showing? Oh, it just shows the, yeah.
So the question is, how can you tell if you have a Texas Bluebird box?
Where we get it from Texas Bluebird Society.
Well, I've got one that's not from Texas Bluebird Society. You haven't put it up yet.
Okay, you haven't put it up. Yes.
Online, they have a question, how close together can you put boxes?
Oh, okay, how close together? Well, they're very territorial. As you can see, they don't even like squirrels in their territory. It's a male chasing the squirrel out. As long as you cannot see one box from another, you can put one box on 4 different sides of your house. As long as one can't be seen from the other, they're fine with that. But the books tell you 100 yards, which is a football field. You know, they'll nest closer together than that. But they are territorial. You cannot put 2 nest boxes 20 feet apart in your backyard and expect to have 2 families of bluebirds. You may have one chickadee and one bluebird, but you won't have bluebirds. This is another predator, raccoons. This box right here, he's having no problem. There's no, see, it's mounted on a wooden pole, it looks like. So he's climbed up there. There's no predator guard. His arm is very long. You see, they put this little wooden block here to keep the raccoons, that doesn't deter the raccoon. He's got a long arm. This box is put together with nails. They can take that apart. So we build our boxes with screws. Just don't leave the screwdriver in the yard. You never know what raccoons can do. So here's the predator guard right here. This is, and here's a rat snake. He's climbing up and over the predator guard. Why? It's too close to the ground. You've got to get that predator guard up right under the box. And, you know, the German Shepherds no help whatsoever.
What height for the box? What height is for the box?
What height is the box? You can, how high do you mount the box? I mount mine so that the bottom of the box is about 5 feet. Because I don't want to get on a ladder anymore to monitor my nest boxes. So as long as they're 5 or 6 feet. Here is a Texas rat snake. Always get into the habit when you're monitoring your boxes to tap on the side of the box. And you get used to that sound. It's hollow. A nest in there is not going to make that much difference, but a rat snake caught up in the box is going to make it sound a whole lot different. So be careful when you open the box, because he's just taking a nap after eating your baby bluebirds. So you can use, to deter the snake, you can put netting underneath the box. But the problem with this is, then you've got to deal with the snake caught into the netting, because they go into the netting, and then when they try to back out, the scales get caught on, their scales get caught on the netting and they can't get out. You've got this snake, and what are you going to do? Well, I'm not bothered by snakes, so I would probably just go out there and grab him on the head and pull him out and tell him to go on. Cats. I love cats. I have a cat. She is an indoor cat. She's not allowed outside because I love the birds too. But this box is mounted on a telephone pole, and the cat has no problem navigating that pole. He's up there and he's looking inside. Actually, Keith Kreider took this picture and he placed the cat on top, and I think he put some cat food there. He wanted a good picture, you know. So here we go. But cats are predators, so if you have a cat, put a bell around them on their collar if they're outside or something. Hawks, here we've got one perched right on the box waiting for dinner to come. Other nest box inhabitants, you've got spiders. So you always want to check your nest box at the beginning of the season. You check it for, because you know the spiders want someplace to live, so they get in there in the winter time. You can also have wasps. Now, if you take a bar of soap and you rub it on the lid of the box inside, the birds are not going to be in that area. They're not going to be all the way up there. The wasp nest will not adhere to the soap on the wood, okay? So you can do away with the wasp threat there. Flying squirrels, I monitored some boxes over at Jones State Forest, and when they opened up the boxes, there was a flying squirrel in there, and their eyes are huge. So it looked at me, and I looked at it, and I went, okay. So I closed the box, and the next day I went back over to some pecans. I did not evict it. Possums, this was a box that we had. I used to work for environmental services with Woodlands Township, and we had a nest box outside, and something possum gnawed a hole, and anyway, here are 2 baby possums inside the box. They don't like it that we opened the lid, but we evicted them. So let's go from courtship to a family with bluebirds. Here we've got male and female bluebirds on top of the box, and they're wing waving. See, she's got her wing up. This is a courtship wing wave. He's saying, hey babe, I'm over here. And she's so happy she's dancing. Look at her. Anyway. way. That's how they communicate. And they go out, they look for boxes, and the books will tell you the female chooses the box, you know, the nesting site. Who knows? I'm sure he has something to say. But if they go into the box, it's a good indication they'll choose that nesting site. There are also natural cavities. Now, they can't make their own cavity. That little beak is not equipped to carve out a cavity for nesting. This is an old woodpecker nest that's been abandoned, but they will use it. And that's all they had before we started putting up boxes for them. Here we've got a cavity up in the tree limb, and the bluebirds flying out of it. They're up there in that natural cavity. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this is an X-ray. Bluebird sex here, anyway, moving right along. Well, the eggs have to get fertilized, you know, otherwise they won't hatch into little baby bluebirds. Here, now she builds the nest. He's got this wimpy little piece of straw. Can y'all even see this? And he is in the way, and she's up here going, oh, please, just move. I need to build a nest. So the distribution of housework did seem a bit typical. She flew full speed for 3 hours. We watched. So here, what does a bluebird nest looks like? Well, it depends on what material, of course, they use to build a nest. If you've got pine trees in your yard, they're going to build a nest with pine trees because it's easy. They're abundant. If not, they would use grass to build the nest. They will use those little catkins off the pecan trees. So here's a bluebird nest. They look very different from the pine tree nest. But they all have this cup, and she will line it with some soft grasses. She will lay 1 egg per day, usually in the morning between dawn and 11 o'clock. She'll lay her egg, so don't be monitoring the box in the morning. If you want to monitor a box, you wait till afternoon. But she will lay anywhere from 4 to 6 to 7 eggs. 95% of bluebirds lay blue eggs. 5% will lay white eggs. It's just in their genetics. The birds come out the same. They're not different. They all look like bluebirds. Here's a nest with white eggs. Normal clutch size 3 to 5, and she will incubate, the books say, 12 to 14 days. Every nest I have monitored except one, in all the years I've been monitoring bluebird nests, it's 14 days exactly. Count from the day of the last egg and 14 days, and she starts incubating once she's laid all of her eggs. She doesn't incubate before. And because she wants them all to hatch on the same day, you know. So this is what they look like when they just come out of the egg. They're pretty helpless. They've got this little fuzzy down on them. Their eyes are closed for about 9 days. And they're totally helpless. In fact, they can't even incubate, regulate their own body temperature. So the female has to sort of brood them. She'll stay in the nest with them. She relies on the male to bring food because they can't even regulate their body temperature. And from day one, once they've hatched, it's only going to be about 16 days and they're going to fly out of the nest. It is amazing how fast they develop. They feed them about 5 times an hour. You can see in 12 days their wings are pretty well developed right here. Once they start peeking out of the box, this is one of the young, they're going to fledge that day or the next day because they stay hunkered down in the nest until it's almost time to fledge. And you can see here the female is keeping youngster here. And they get up in the trees and they will encourage the babies to come out of that nest. I mean, they're tired of this. bunch. So they are calling for them to come out. And once they leave the nest, they do not return. Here you can see them in military fashion. This is Dave Kinnear. He is a retired Marine. I once said ex-Marine. He told me there is no such thing as an ex-Marine. We are retired Marines, but here they come out. I have never seen bluebirds come out of a box like that. Usually one will come out and 15 minutes later, another one will come out. They just don't come out in military fashion except for Dave. Okay. And here they are up in the tree. Here's Daddy's or another one, I can't tell, telling them all about where they're going to look for food. Watch out for the cat, you know, watch out for this or that. And here they are at the mealworm feeder. They'll take them down there. They're dependent on their parents for about 3 to 4 weeks. They provide food for them. They're teaching them the ways of the world. And then they're done with them, because that's about the time it takes them to start the second brood. They will brood about 2 to 4 times a year. I've had one pair brood 5 times in my yard because one of the broods was eaten by something. I don't know what, but they made up for it by brooding, by giving me an extra brood. Now around September, the birds start looking like this, and you go, oh, what's wrong with my bird? He must have some disease. No, they're molting. They're going to lose all these feathers and grow their adult plumage. And this is when they get their ivory. So they do that. Here's a backyard that has fledged about 15 birds a year for 6 years. And here's a lady monitoring the box. Don't try to use one of these boxes in Texas. It is not. You see these 2 little holes? That's all there is for venting. So they will die quickly in this box. But you always want to monitor in the afternoon, not the morning. They're easy to count when they're this age. Their eyes are closed. You make a little kissing sound, and they perk up those beaks and open them up and wonder where their meal is. Because when they get this age, they got feathers, you know, and they hunker down in that nest. They're not going to come up for you to count. So count early. Use a mirror to view. You don't want to be poking your fingers in there and pulling the edge of the nest down. You want to use a mirror, and you can see everything in that nest using the mirror. Telescoping mirror. You can get it from Amazon. And effective monitoring includes keeping records. You will not remember. Trust me. You will, unless you have a photographic memory, you will not remember what you see from day to day in that nest box. You need to write it down because you may be monitoring more than one box. And you want to report your data to Nest Watch because they keep statistics. This is Cornell University. They keep statistics on these birds, and they can't be out in the field. They rely on you to enter the data from your yard or your bird trail. Here's a properly mounted box. You see the top of it here is about between 6 and 7 feet above ground. And you've got your predator baffle way up here, so that's good. So let's talk about predators and competitors. And this is one of the worst right here, is the house sparrow. This bird is not a native bird to the United States. It was brought here from Europe, and it has ravaged a lot of bird populations. It is not a good bird to have in your yard. This is the male with this patch right here. And this is their nest. It's a real messy nest made out of grass. These are their eggs. Here's a bluebird egg to compare. Even the 3 amigos know the enemy when amazing. Okay, here's a little house sparrow trying to get in here to get some water, and they're going, this is our water. Okay, so this is a horror show right here. This is the results of the sparrow attack. You know, the beak of the sparrow is very fish-like, and so it has a strong beak. Here are little baby birds that have been pecked to death by a house sparrow. Here's don't put your mealworms on top of your nest box. Put it in another location. Here's a male eating mealworms. He goes into the house. House sparrow follows him in, and this is what he looks like when the house sparrow gets through with him. Here's a nest with sparrow eggs, and you see they've gone in and killed a female bluebird, built the nest on top of her dead body, and laid eggs. Now that's cold. Here's some little baby bluebirds that have been pecked to death by house sparrows. I show these horrible pictures because I want you to deal with a house sparrow, okay? No tolerance. If you can't kill them, there are other ways to deal with them. Here is a box in my backyard, and it's got the sparrow spooker on it. My husband said, "What are you doing?" That doesn't even look natural. I said, "Well, it's not natural, but the time to put up a sparrow spooker is the day that your bluebird lays her first egg. You want her to have an investment in the box so she won't abandon the box, because the bluebirds aren't going to like this any more than the sparrows do, but it doesn't spook them if they've got an investment in their nest. So you wait till she lays her first egg, you put up the sparrow spooker, and you leave it up there until the birds fledge. And then you take it down so that the bluebirds are encouraged to come back and do another nesting. But for some reason, these mylar strips fluttering in the breeze spook the sparrows, and they won't go into the nest box. You can buy them, this one's purchased, or you can make your own with PVC pipe and mylar strips. Just Google it. Or you, that's called a sparrow spooker. Yeah. Yeah. Or you can, an active control, that's passive control. Active control is you're going to trap that little bugger sparrow, and you're not going to let him go somewhere else. You're going to get rid of it. So you mount the sparrow. This is a sparrow trap right here. This is a set position right here, and it's spring loaded. It tells you how to mark your inside of your box and mount your trap. You put your trap in, and then you set it. There's a little notch in that wire right here for the trap, in the top part of the trap to hook into. And then when the bird steps on this wire, the trap is released and he can't get out now. So you've got a bird in the box, and you look out there and you see this red dot, and you know you've caught something. So you do not open the box to look in there and see what you've got, because it's gone. Whatever's in there is going to be gone, okay? And it's not going to come back. So what you want to do is you put a mesh laundry bag over the box, you pull the drawstring closed, then you open the box and release the bird into the laundry bag. If it's a bluebird, you let it go. If it's a sparrow, you take it around to the big rock in your yard and you whack it on there. And don't just do it once, because that's what I used to do, is I'd whack it once. I thought I'd never be able to kill a sparrow. So I would go in and look at scialis.org and look at all those pictures of dead baby bluebirds that had been killed by sparrows. I can do this. So one time I whacked him and he went, "Cheep," and I went, "Oh no, you got to do it more than once." So you beat your little reins to the gas. And you can.
Are you a member of the SPCA?
No, I'm not.
I didn't think so.
House sparrows are very destructive. They're very bad. Here is a big trap you can put So repeating sparrow trap, deluxe, what you do is you catch your first sparrow and then you put him in a little cage here on top of your trap. He's trying to call all of his friends to come to the party because there's food in this box. Here's the platform right here. And you put a little tiny bit of food on this big platform, but you put most of it on this little platform right here. And they step on that, it's like an elevator. It takes them down into the box and they can't get out. So you just leave it out there and you just collect sparrows for as long as you want. Then there's, no, I don't start with it. It has to be quick. There's a hole right here you can reach through with your glove and you grab all the sparrows you can, you put them in a net bag and you hit them on your rock. Now, you can do, this is like cutting your fingernails, okay? This is not gonna hurt the bird at all. You can, these first 5 feathers right here on the front of the wing, you can cut them off. And make sure you cut them off of both wings. Now, this doesn't hurt the sparrow at all, but it keeps them from breeding. They have the feelings hurt bad, I guess. But the thing about this is, these feathers grow back. And then, do you think they're going to come for their feather trim next year? No, they're not. So this to me is a waste of time. This little lady right here, she's got more nerve than I have. She takes the sparrows and she, in her hand, and she smacks them up against a tree. I can't kill them like that with my hand. Somebody said, why don't you just wring your neck? I can't do it. But I can bang them on raw. You may have bats roosting in your box in the wintertime. So, and that's okay. They'll leave. Friends of the family, here are some of the other cavity nesters you may have in your bluebird box. And this is why you need more than one box, okay? Because when the brown-headed nuthatch comes to nest, he wants a space. And chickadees, they build their nest out of green moss and put little feathers up here and stuff, and here are their babies. Titmice, they're cavity nesters. I've had chickadees nest in the nest box, but I've not had a titmouse nest in the box. They use natural cavities. Carolina wrens. They're so cute. Here, you see this yellow mouth and this red mouth? These are Carolina wrens. What's this? This is a Carolina wren nest. It's a cowbird. Cowbirds are lazy. They don't want to raise their young. They want other birds to raise their young. So they lay their eggs in other birds' nests. And this Carolina wren is oblivious to the fact that this has a shorter incubation period than the wren eggs do. So it's going to hatch first and start getting fed, you know. She may even stop incubating her eggs. Proprietary warblers, they're net cavity nesters. They really like to nest over water. So if you can put a box in the water, it'd be good. Ash-throated flycatcher, good cavity nesters. Tree swallows, and they have started nesting in Texas, but not this far down. So 10 steps to success. Choose the correct nest box. You want one that's well vented and will accommodate bluebirds. You want to locate it in the appropriate habitat, open space, trees nearby. Provide predator guards. Use that stovepipe predator. Eliminate pesticide use. Wait, I waited 3 years before the bluebirds ever showed up. I'm a patient woman. I was glad, and they have nested in my yard every year since. You want to monitor your data, your boxes and record the data. You want to, and send it into Nest Watch. You want to clean out your box after each nesting because Miss Bluebird likes a fresh nest every time. You want to check the boxes at the beginning of the season for things like wasps and spiders, and whatever else may be in there, bats. You want to clean them out. And then you want to investigate these two websites, silas.org and texasbluebirdsociety.org for information about it. Silas.org has the most comprehensive information on bluebirds. So are there any questions? Yes.
How do you clean the box after nesting?
Oh, you open it up. You open it up. They come with this double-headed nail. You take it out and you open the box. This probably needs to be sanded.
Do you like close it down?
No.
Or just
No, I just take the stuff out. I take the nest out. And don't throw it on the ground below because snakes have a very good sense of smell. So you've just deposited your bird smell underneath it, and so now they know where to find the next bunch of eggs. So when you clean it out, I take a little brush and clean it out. If there's a lot of poop on the side of the box, I'm gonna take a wet paper towel and wipe it down a little bit, but I don't hose it down. And you always want to keep your nail in there because the raccoons will figure out how to open the box. You don't want that. So, and this one has an oversized top to keep it a little bit cooler. And there's a lot of research that went into the Texas Bluebird Society designing their box. And this one is cedar. We used to build all of our boxes out of cedar, but you know what happened to the price of cedar? I mean, it went through the roof, and we couldn't afford to build boxes out of cedar anymore, so they're built out of cypress now. And I have both cypress and cedar. But we sell the boxes for $30 each. But if you are not a member of Texas Bluebird Society and you want to join, the membership is $20, and if you're a new member, you get a free nest box. And it's a good deal there. Anyway, and with the nest box, you also get a booklet. This booklet about bluebirds in Texas is published by Texas Bluebird Society. It's all about bluebirds. So I have one nest box if anybody wants to buy it out. Glad to sell it, but didn't bring more than one. I'm too old to haul all those boxes. Okay, any questions? Yes.
You said eliminate pesticides, and I've heard this in other presentations. It means don't get exterminated the roaches inside the house.
No, you can get exterminated by roaches.
Is that okay?
But
don't let them go around.
don't let them go around the outside.
No external extermination at all.
Right.
Around the outside of the house or yard.
Right.
Keep them inside. Do you use ECI in the bird bath?
No.
No?
No.
You just get them out of it?
The bird bath?
Yeah, for the mosquito.
Oh, I replenished the water today. Fresh water. And I have a dripper on one of my bird baths. The mosquitoes won't lay their eggs in that. Maybe they don't like the on one bird bath. Any other questions?
I'm just curious, do you feel your cowards?
I haven't found one in my nest, so I haven't had that opportunity. They're protected species, but you can control them in certain areas in Texas. They can be controlled. Yeah. Because there's a rare bird. What is it? I used to know. In certain areas in Central Texas, and the population kept going down of this bird.
Black cat barrier.
The what?
Black cat burial.
Black cat burial, and, it was due to cowbird. It's like, so. Maybe there's eliminate cowbird.
Yeah, so how large of an area needs to be cleared for the trees?
As long as they have an open space, I mean, it can be fairly small, like a backyard is, if your backyard is heavily wooded, they're not going to mix. Now, the chickens will, but, the bluebirds need some open space. Any other? Okay, I'll for everything this morning.
Thank you so much, Linda.
Unless they want to join us in the meeting, it's free, $20.
Okay, so if you want to join, she's got this one box. For $20, you can join. She has the application right here. And you get to take the box. And you take it. All right. Yeah, buddy. And we got that.
Okay, one is back there.
Yeah. And the rest of you can go online and join, and they'll send you the box.
No, we will not go to the box. Call me. You get it from me.
Oh, okay.
You can order boxes, increments of 4, but you know, it's $39 shipping, plus the price of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's easier to pick it up from me.
And Linda lives in the Woodlands. And it works in her house and her garden.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, if you go on her, she'll put your work week.
I will. If you have a question.
Oh, yeah, does the Bluebird house come with the murder bag or is that extra?
I know it's a question.
Does the Bluebird?
Does it come with the laundry bag or?
You have to get your own laundry.
Oh, what about the rock? Does it come with a large rock? No, okay.
I have to tell you that everybody cringes when Linda talks about killing bluebird, the sparrows and stuff, but it's an invasive species. Make sure you've got the right sparrow. I mean, that you're not just willing and killing these birds. But anyway,
They're illegal, well,
they are, they're illegal animals. They have not done anything. So, okay, so here.
Okay, y'all, just wanted to ask y'all if you would like to give a presentation for our graduation. So for our very last meeting, that I think I told y'all at the very first meeting that Scott and Mike went before me and they had like 35 really detailed slides. And then I was next with like PowerPoint Mike because I had like 3 slides plus the title thing. So your presentation can be anything. But if y'all would like to give a presentation, would y'all just send me an email? heartwoodtraining@gmail.com and just say, yes, I'd like to do it. And it will last 3 minutes or it'll last 30 minutes. So just kind of let me know so we can get the, you can do it or not. It is totally optional. Totally optional. If there's something that you've learned that you have, I did mine on dragonflies and damselflies. I had no idea what that there even was. I thought damselflies were something that fly fishers tie and fish with. I didn't know there had really things and stuff about damselflies. All right, well there you go. And so anyway, just let me know yes or no and maybe how long. And then we'll kind of just plan accordingly, and then we can do first come, first served, or if there's some kind of flow to it, then I can look at it.
Do we need to bring it on a flash drive or?
Bring it on a flash drive. Bring it on a flash drive. Yeah, don't try and email them to me or anything. Just bring it on a flash drive and then we'll just do them all that morning. Set them all up. That work?
And how many minutes? 5 minutes?
Mine was 5 minutes. I think Scott's and Mike's was a little longer than that. I'm gonna have to. 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes.
No 3-hour lunches.
No, 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours would be a little. I think last year, how many did we have that actually did it? 10 or so, 8?
I
Something
didn't
like that.
check, but if you go to our YouTube channel, it might actually have.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah.
Presentation.
Does monitoring the Bluebird boxes get you any volunteer hours for the master analysis?
Does monitoring the Bluebird boxes get you volunteer hours if it's on, but it's on your own property? Okay, but then it's part of.
But it's part of, it's like, the Project Reader Watch, and yeah, it's one of those special projects.
It's a special project, so yes.
Yes.
Any other questions? Any other questions about, any of the other presentations that y'all may have watched on YouTube?
It's raining.
Oh, you love this one. No, that's Carolyn. I'm Heartwood Training. I'm Heartwood Training at gmail.com.
Yeah.
No, you may not. You may, but well, I remember. Okay. What do you want? Yeah. All of it.